good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you are. We are back with Run and Bun after a bit of a slow week. It is time for me to head back into the mines of, well, reaching Full Arbor and beyond. I have made some time in the past few days to get some prep going, but I am not completely ready yet for every single fight, but I am ready for some of the fights. So, to clarify, last time I fought Tori and Tia, the double battle at the end, and right now we're gonna go ahead and fight the next one, which is youngster Jalen here at the bottom. I have a prep ready, and one that should be 100% safe. If I didn't miss anything, I was at a party when I was preparing this, so I might have missed something in all that. But we will see. So, hope everyone had a good weekend, hope everyone had a good week, because I've not been in much lately. For those that are following, just say you were at a party while prepping, yup. My father-in-law turned 60 last Friday, and he had a 70s themed, very dance-heavy party. And I detest such parties, so I was in the corner prepping Run and Bun. And that is not a joke. I wish it... I say I wish it was, but... no. I want to make sure that I didn't miss anything for this one. And I need Torterra. Actually, I'll bring Hamilton, because I can just kind of need him for the next one. Anyway. So, yes, I was in fact at a party. Alright. So, I need a... what is it? Raspberry here. And I need wise glasses here. That's everything, right? No, not white lens, wise glasses. I need to get the right item. There we go. Also, thank you, Bernie. I only noticed your messages now. Thank you for the good luck. I hope it goes well. Right now, I'm gonna quickly double check that the lines I had cooked up are correct. So I will also bring you guys over to my calculating page. Oh, right, that is... one second, I need to fix that. That is this one, and it should be going to... that one. And I can make it a bit longer, but it does need to be a bit thinner. There we go. This was the plan I had cooked up. For Jalen specifically, what I did notice is against the Scyther, I have a outspeed in 2 Mons, Talonflame, and Salazzle. Salazzle in particular is one that barely does an OHKO, but I have the Wise Glasses, so that guarantees the KO. That will, at 118 HP, bait Acrobatics from Talonflame guaranteed and Sword Dance. I can then go to Dreadnought, take the Acrobatics, take a Will-O-Wisp if need be, otherwise I take another Acrobatics. Both of those are fine, and as you can see, Rock Tomb or Rock Slide both easily kill. Then in comes the Tauros, who will click Close Combat in every single scenario, even if 2 high rolls were to happen. I can go to Masquerade on the CC, get him down to -1. I can go to Torterra then, and at -1, he just kind of 1v1s. especially considering the Taurus itself will also be at -1 defense and special defense, making Giga Drain into EQ a 2-hit KO. So that one checks out. And honestly, let's just go ahead and do that one first before I do this double check with everything else. So everyone's get ready. And here we go. I will quickly pre-damage Salazzle. Thankfully, I have been pointing towards a script that can do that. Let's put everyone at the right position. Roxy's gonna be our lead. So I need to do pre-damage 118. And if I'm not mistaken, there we go. And that means we are ready to go to the first fight. And that first fight is the guy right over here. Double check that I got the right lead. Roxy's gonna be our lead. And then everyone else will be helping with everyone else, except for Hamilton, who's here for moral support. So here we go. Youngster Jalen, can you guess why it's so cool around here? Let's go ahead and find him. He has 3 Pokemon, starting with the Scyther. Roxy with the Wise Glasses, outspeeds, and Okaz with Flamethrower. Easy, next one. This will bait in the Talonflame, who will see a guaranteed kill with Acrobatics. So we are going to switch in Wake on that Acrobatics. And Acrobatics, the Flying Gem is consumed, which increases damage even further. But even then, yeah, that's not really that big amount of damage. I believe that is close to max roll, but even if it is, it doesn't really matter. We're going to Rock Slide for the kill, and he may Will-O-Wisp us. That's fine. For that exact reason, we have a Rossberry. And there it is. And that's Talonflame down. Finally, we got Tauros coming in. And here he is. And Tauros sees the highest damaging move as close combat every single time. In fact, there is a, it cannot kill me. But even if it could, it doesn't quite matter. We're just gonna switch to Viola on the guaranteed CC. Get an Intimidate off, and Viola, bug flying as it is, could easily take it. That means he's now at -1, -1, -1. With attack, defense, and special defense. So we can easily switch in Ramos on the Body Slam. And unlike how you usually need like a Cherry Berry for Body Slam paralysis, because Tauros has Sheer Force, I don't need to worry about that. I can just Giga Drain. Yeah, I'm now at like 50-ish%, not even that. Giga Drain does a fair bit more than I expected, but honestly, I kind of forgot to look at the range. Anyway, EQ kills from here. And that's first fight of the day, very quickly done, and we can move on to the next. Which is a very funny team. But first, youngster Jalen has been vanquished. Another one down. Quickly get rid of this one. And there we have it. Birdkeeper Toby with 3 birds. Golurk, Flapple, and Vikavolt. Obviously, they're birds. Anyway, this is a surprisingly sluggish team. And that sluggishness is going to help a lot here. First, we're going to do a quick little heal. And then I'm gonna quickly double check my plan. While this lady keeps saying, do you want to heal? 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 It's so annoying that they don't just kind of say, okay, thank you, until the next one. Alright. This was Jalen's plan. For Kobe, I've got a very simple one. It requires literally just 2 Pokemon. And I want to make sure that that is correct. So, the Golurk is cleanly OHKO'd by Krook, supposedly. Yeah, because Foul Play is a guaranteed OHKO. And outspeeds and kills. This will bait in Flapple, who sees a slow kill if I bring Krook down to 126 HP. And therefore will always Graph Apple. I can go to Salazzle, Roxy over here, take it, Sludge Bomb, kill. In comes Vikavolt, Flamethrower barely doesn't kill, but with the Wise Glasses, it's guaranteed to kill. Very easy, very quick, and it looks good. So we are once again ready to go. Where is my GBA thingy set itself? Yep. So we're gonna quickly grab Crocodile. Where is it? There it is. Salazzle and everyone else does not quite matter. And the only thing I need to do is pre-damage Crocodile, which is at slot 1, and I set down to 126. Quickly get out, pre-damage, and yep, it works. Perfect. You'd rather do this than, you know, the actual pre-damaging by just going into the grass, hopping around, and waiting until you get the right damage count. Anyway, because otherwise, technically, you can just kind of go back to Route 2 to keep doing that. One thing before anything else, though, is we can get this item over here. The Dark Gem. Not going to be something I'm going to be using right now. Probably going to be saved until a later team or later fight. But good to have nevertheless. Alright. Birdkeeper Toby. Birdkeeper Kobe. Here we go. Krook is the lead, double checking of course. Yep, Clay is in the lead slot. Let's go. With these wings, I can flick you away. Most fights here are free. I mean, in fairness, I've not had much trouble so far. And Kobe here is no exception. There's 2 fights here that are kind of scary. 3 fights. There's the Gothitelle fight, which can be annoying due to how you bait it. There is the double battle with Madeline, and I don't remember the other name, but anyway, the one you want to do for Shetshell. That one is annoying. And there's Vido at the end. That one is also actually somewhat hard. Anyway, Golurk, Foul Play, kill, next. What? Why does that not kill? Huh? I mean, it doesn't matter, but that is way off. How is that so far off? Okay, I need to double check that, because this is weird. But I'll do that after the fight. So anyway, this should be Flapple, and Flapple is gonna click Grab Apple. Any Rapid Spinner, I don't need it. Roxy can just come in on the Grab Apple. Even with Stealth Rock damage, I'm not scared of it. Flapple just outspeeds and OHKOs both of the Mons from here. Maybe the Calc doesn't have... How much did Crunch do? I will double check that in a bit. It's probably indeed that the Calc is bugged. But whatever. Sludge Bomb, kills, moving on. There we go. And finally, in comes Vigavolt. And Vigavolt is Oko, a flamethrower. And we're done. I'm trying to see if there was actually any risk. Let me first double check that. I don't think there was. Actually, no, there really was. He could have hammer armed me. Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna double check why that happened. The crunch damage was 122 to 146, so foul play should not be far off at least. I have my team somewhere, one sec. 113. There we go, team. This is terrifying. That is not something that I should have missed, basically. Okay, Krook against that Golurk from Kobe. Yeah, even like the normal run-a-bun calc does say that it should kill. Oh! I forgot about Intimidate. I forgot that I intimidated and therefore foul play doesn't do enough. Yep, that one is fully on me. At least with the Intimidate gone, it wouldn't have killed, but yeah, this was dumb. This was very, very dumb. Oh well, we made it through unscathed, so no worries. I'm gonna double check what's here, what you have. Volcanic ash. And it can make, of course, the glass out of it. Giving me the suit sack. Is this just a normal, like, plain emerald one? It is. Okay, well then that's not really relevant. There's no items here yet, and then the trainer battle that's upcoming is over there. And I will need to do this in a double battle to get the item that you can see down there. So I'm going to quickly run back, and I do need to really triple check this line, because if I missed anything on this, it might mean I get some deaths. And you know, I don't want that. Alright, get the quick heal in. In hindsight, there was probably a better line there, but like baiting Shadow Punch into something for Krook to come in. Actually, that wouldn't have mattered, right? That wouldn't have mattered. Whatever. In the end, everything went alright, and there was no issue. Gonna double check if there was anything that could have gone wrong there. It was like a 2.5% chance to hammer arm, and even if you were to hammer arm at my HP amount, I would not have been KO'd by any hammer arm ranges. So I didn't have to crit. So it was very low odds of going wrong there. Oh well. So, my prep for Madeline and Lawrence is a lot longer than the ones before. Let me go ahead and show that off. It's a bit poorly placed, or is that just me having scrolled down a bit? It is me having scrolled up a bit. I'm gonna, 1 second, I'll fix that real quick, just to have it at the right spot. And I want the bottom to go up a bit, and slowly getting into the right spot. I do have a little bit more space on the left side, I noticed. And 150 or so, 150 suffices, sure. And now the plan is once again properly placed. So, Madeline and Lawrence. This was the team I had in mind. And the basic premise is for this double battle, focus Madeline. Madeline has the following team. Let me show it off real quick. She has the following team: a Raichu, a Marowak Alola, and a Rhyperior, all with Lightning Rod. This is to facilitate Lawrence, who is right over here, with a Staraptor, a Lumineon, and a Gyarados. I'll quickly do this. Make sure that everything is readable on your ends as well. Then there's also the fact that I was gonna go. Whatever. This'll have to do. And then this should be everything. As you can tell, it's a lot of like poor sentences because you kind of want to type quickly and all that. Also kind of have the issue of like I kind of want to get this white space out of the way, but whatever. Madeline and Lawrence, the two teams being the Staraptor, the Lumineon, and the Gyarados, and on the other side you have the Raichu, Marowak, Alola, and Rhyperior. I'll just kind of put these three here as well. Lawrence, Camper, Lawrence, there we go. So these six are what to be combated. I'm gonna focus the Madeline side, which are these three: Raichu, Marowak, and Rhyperior. And in the hopes that these Staraptor and Lumineon and Gyarados I can just kind of sweep at the end with Raichu, Alola, and Hisuian Arcanine. That should be doable, but I need to double check if everything I've written down actually checks out. So to that end, let me head on back over to the copy sheet for myself as well. There we go. In a double battle, Raichu is cleanly OHKO'd by Torterra. However, Torterra is very much scared of the Intimidate Staraptor. In fact, due to the Intimidate, the Raichu barely lives a non-soft sand EQ. Some of the times. So, to combat that, we will give it a soft sand, and Torterra will cleanly OHKO Raichu. Now, it also hurts my teammate, but to combat that, we have the Protect Caracosta on our side, and the Protect Caracosta will be baiting moves. It will be baiting a kill from Raichu. It's a fast kill, so it should out-prioritize any fake out that Raichu might do, if I'm not mistaken. There's one thing I really need, I don't quite know, but I believe it's true. It will never click fake out if it sees a fast kill. If it sees a slow kill, it's a 50-50 between fake out and grass knot, or fake out and kill. but if it's not, then it will always go for the fast kill. I believe. Based on how I read the AI document, that should be the case. So I will be baiting a kill from Raichu onto Caracosta, and I will also be baiting a kill from Staraptor onto Caracosta by having it be at 70 HP. I need to double check if that needs to be lower later down the line. I will check that at a later point. That is turn 1. Torterra and Caracosta lead. Torterra Okos the Raichu. Costa protects. And baits every single move. That will bring in the... Whoa, that's the wrong team. The Marowak on Madeline's side. Because that will see a kill with Bonemerang onto Caracosta. It will not see a kill on Torterra. Torterra is too bulky for that. The same applies for Staraptor with dual wing beat. From here, at -1, Earthquake is a 2-hit KO onto the Marowak, which is good. I will be against the Caracosta. It will always click Bonemerang up until you are below 50 or 64 HP. So I have between 64 and 60 to work with, basically. 65 and 70 to work with. I will switch in Torterra. I will switch in the Masquerain into Caracosta, because Masquerain will then take a close combat from Staraptor and a Bonemerang or maybe a low kick from the Marowak Alola. Both of those deal pitiful to, evidently, no damage. So Masquerain can come in very freely. Now Masquerain, by pre-damaging it correctly, basically to have it be at 88 HP after 2 hits at minimum, or at the 1 hit basically, so it needs to be at 99 HP, you guarantee a dual wing beat, and you should also guarantee a Fire Punch. Yeah, you also guarantee a Fire Punch from Marowak Alola. I want to double check that Shadow Bone is not in range. It could be. Is that true? I need to double check that. I need it to be at, what did I say, 88 after? But if CC were to crit, I would be... If I were to be at 99 and the CC were to crit, I would be at 70. And at 70, Shadow Bone is in range to kill. Okay, so that is annoying. And kind of screws up my entire plan. Because the Caracosta cannot come in on the Shadow Bone by Marowak Alola, even if it is at -1. Now there is maybe some kind of respite I can get by using Dreadnought, but I will need to double check that. I had it in mind as the free slot for safety. But I will need to double check that. In any case, because you do want to bait the dual wing beat out of Torterra, like not into Torterra. I say that, but that's not necessarily true, huh? So I could instead just be in Fire Punch range. Which after the Intimidate is at 116. So I'd have to be 127. And Costa 65 to 70 HP. Because then you only bait the Fire Punch, and if there was a dual wing beat to happen into Torterra, that is fine. He's at -1, and it will not 2-hit KO even. So yes, that would be fine. Then I would chip Staraptor with Torterra on that same turn that Masquerain was already switch in. So like the turn that I could attack with Masquerain, I'd go with a Torterra using Giga Drain or Seed Bomb into Torterra, into Staraptor. Whoa, what are words? And I had the idea of going back to... Wait, why do I have 64? Oh, because I have both of those active. Okay. Add 116 after damage, so I guarantee a Fire Punch. And if then CC were to crit, that's whatever. Because I'd be at 127 before damage. Whoa. What happened there? 7 before damage. I bait Fire Punch. I don't necessarily bait Dual Wing Beat, but if CC were to somehow crit, I could. Because then all of a sudden I'd be at below 100, and Dual Wing Beat is a range kill, so it's a chance. It's not quite relevant, but we will see if it may be. I'd have to take a Fire Punch with Caracosta at -1. Six to 6.7, and on a crit it would be 21. And in the same vein, I'd take a Dual Wing Beat, 21 and 32, so that'd be 53. So I would be fine. And even at -1 after that damage, even if it were to be just the Fire Punch, I would not necessarily bait CC is the issue. That is a big issue. Was there a particular reason why I need to be above 65? Yes, because of Shadowbone. I would be down to 57 at worst, so CC would not see a kill on Caracosta at -1 after the Fire Punch. But if Staraptor were to hit me with Dual Wing Beat, I would. So can I basically guarantee both Fire Punch and the Dual Wing Beat to be landed onto Caracosta? That's the gist of it. Alternatively, I could go to a very low Dreadnought instead. And by very low, I mean 76 over here, between 58 and 76. And over here it'd be between 64, no, that's before Intimidate, 64. What did I say over here? 64, and here it needed to be... not Dreadnought, 76. So if I'd be at 64 after damage, I need it to be at 74. And add 90, basically. No, because I still don't guarantee to do wing beat. But if I'm at 74, I go down to 64, and I don't bait the Shadow Bone, right? No, I wouldn't. Though a max damage from Fire Punch wouldn't either. But if I were to get hit by both moves, I would see Shadow Bone, but that's fine, because I don't care about that move anymore. I only need to bait the CC. Okay, that is how I do that instead, then. Because then I go to Dreadnought here. Dreadnought here. Pivot Dreadnought on Fire Punch and maybe CC. Maybe do Wing Beat, I mean. And then turn 4, I can just kind of pivot Mask on CC, kill Whack with Earthquake. That will mean the Rhyperior comes in the final turn, and I outspeed and kill that with Torterra very easily. The only issue is I might bait another dual Wing Beat into Torterra at that point, but that is fine. I heal a lot as well, and I would never die to 2 dual Wing Beats, and I only see 2 dual Wing Beats, never more. Yeah. So we pivot Mask on CC, we kill Whack with EQ. And in comes Rai. Giga Drain Oko's Rai, and switch something that can take that 2 Wing Beat in. My first instinct would be to go to back to Caracosta, right? Or maybe to Dreadnought. Like either of those. And the Torterra switches to Raichu, because Raichu will outspeed and have basically a Oko into Staraptor, a non-Oko into Lumineon, but for that we will be bringing in, who was it again? Hisuian Arcanine, who will do a bit of chip with extreme speed, and therefore Oko the Lumineon. Then in comes the Gyarados. Thunder Punch at -1 might not kill. At -1 might not kill. But with the support from Extreme Speed or Rock Slide, because I outspeed, I do actually kill the Gyarados. So that does work. Right? Okay. The only thing I miss is like if I miss anything on that like Masquerain pivoting. Because turn 2, the switch in is safe. Guaranteed, I will not see enough damage. And with enough damage on Masquerain, I might even guarantee a dual Wing Beat. If that were to happen, that's fine. Not a big deal. And then I go to Dreadnought. Dreadnought needs to be at, what did I say it was? 74. So 74 HP. Damaged. Dread 74 HP. I'll go cost at 65. Because that might give some options. So we chip Raptor with Torterra on that turn. That's just to stall the turn. And we bait Fire Punch into Mask. Which we did last turn, so here the Mask either baits both moves or only the Fire Punch. If a dual Wing Beat were to go into Torterra, that's fine, because at -1 that's not going to be anything worthwhile for me. And odds are I might still get dual Wing Beated by the Staraptor. I go to Dreadnought on both resisted hits. Or Caracosta, depends a bit on how everything goes. But probably Dreadnought. Then I go back to Masquerade that turn and I kill with EQ. Staraptor would be at -2, so I would not be afraid with Torterra. And besides, it should see a kill into Dreadnought. It will CC again, it can take it. And then switch. Probably Hisuian Arcanine, right? It doesn't outspeed and the CC would hurt, so probably something else. I'd probably switch in, cost out that turn then, switch in, cost Dread. Just look at the HP amounts. Doesn't quite matter there. Because Raichu can take the dual Wing Beat even on a crit. And it guarantees a dual Wing Beat into the Torterra slot. And it would bait a fighting move into the other slot, which is where I bring Masquerade in again. I'd KO with Thunder Punch, I'd go to Hisuian Arcanine in the meantime in the other slot, and those two can finish it off. Yes. Okay, I think this works. I'm 99.99% sure this works. So I think we are ready, and I'm gonna get the team. Let's grab my PC, because I need the full squad. Which is Wake, Surge, and Grant. The full Rock Squad. I will be leading with Ramos and Costa. Then we're gonna grab the items. You're gonna give your item back to me. You are gonna get the Soft Sand. That's probably low. Soft Sand. You're gonna get a Muscle Band. Where is it? There it is, Muscle Band. You are gonna get nothing. And you two are gonna get a Frostberry as insurance. Frostberry, there we go. And now we're gonna go back. And we are gonna quickly do the pre-damaging. Check the team slots, of course. It's Grand, so pre-damage. Pre-damage 1 to 65. That's 1. Then we're gonna pre-damage 3 down to 127. And we're gonna pre-damage 4. No, who was it? 6 down to 74. And that's everyone at the right HP amounts. So I want to double, triple check that the Masquerade is at the right HP amount. Yes, 116 after at least a CC from Staraptor. Intimidate dropped 11, so 127 is the minimum I can afford myself. This should do. And the team order doesn't quite matter on my end. So we're gonna go. And we're gonna get ourselves a shed shell over here. Which sounds like a very innocuous item. If you know anything about this game, you know it isn't. Let's go take a look at this team. Grant, Ramos lead. Double check that I have the right item here. Soft sand, muscle band, and the other two have a raspberry. That should be good. Grant and Wake are going to be the general soaks. Hamilton, Surge, and Ramos are the general damage dealers. Viola is the support. And I think we're ready to go. So it's time for another fight. Make sure I go high enough. And I want to triple check I have the right lead. Because I am nervous. Here we go. I use this parasol to ward off from this filthy volcanic ash. For my dear Nummel. The Nummel she's not using. Was I in the middle of gathering volcanic ashes? Not particularly. I'm busy getting a shed shell here. Madeline and Lawrence. They will be using Raichu and Staraptor. We will be using Grant and Ramos. Staraptor intimidates Ramos and Grant. Ramos is a little annoying, but generally speaking, this should be fine. I'm gonna put this a little to the side for myself so I can look at my team and my plan. First off, due to the HP amount, which I will show off here, 65, I will be seeing a CC from Staraptor and a random move from Raichu, not including Fake Out and Surf, so like Thunderbolt or Grass Knot. I'm going to Protect on either of those moves, and I'm going to EQ, which kills the Raichu. Protect. Grass Knot into Grant. Perfect. And CC into Grant. Also perfect. Earthquake. Protect. Grant's protected. Staraptor's immune. Raichu's the only one that's hit. It's killed. Bye-bye next. No experience, because that's of course not a thing here. Marowak comes in. Marowak will see a kill against my Grant with, I want to make sure that I say correctly, either Bonerang or Low Kick. It will not see a kill with Shadow Bone, but it's a random move between Bonerang and Low Kick. I don't really care which of the two it is, because we're going to switch in Viola, who can take both that and the CC that Staraptor is guaranteed to do, and we're going to Earthquake to deal hefty damage against Marowak. Viola's immune, so the EQ is safe to click here. Now Viola is pre-damaged specifically. Oh, White Herb, I forgot about that. That is a thing that I might need to worry about. But I think I've got a way around it in due time. But we'll go about that in a little bit. Anyway, EQ here should deal hefty damage to Marowak. Very hefty damage, in fact. And at 107 HP, oh, that is actually a very good thing. Because now, because it's not intimidated, Dual Wing Beat and Fire Punch will both see a kill. Therefore, it's very safe to switch to Wake. I'm going to go about it the same way I was going to initially. So go switch to Wake. But Wake cannot take the Earthquake that Ramos can do, so Ramos is going to stall a turn by using Seed Bomb into Staraptor. Staraptor, not Marowak, because we don't want to bait in the final Mon too early. I say that is a true, not necessarily actually. I'm going to go ahead and Seed Bomb them. No, I will Seed Bomb Staraptor because I need that for later. Wake comes in. Takes a Dual Wing Beat. It's down to 46. I Seed Bomb for a bit of chip. And Marowak's going to use Fire Punch on Dreadnought, which it can also take just fine. Wake is now 36. And at 36 HP, from the Staraptor, it will bait only the CC. So we can go back to Masquerain, Viola is going to easily take that move, and we're going to EQ for the kill against Marowak. Intimidate goes off against the Rapture too, so that's fine. A very useful addition as well. CC brings down Viola to 95, and Marowak here is going to use whatever. I don't care because I outspeed and I KO. Bye bye, next one. And with Viola at 95 HP, it doesn't quite matter what happens, because we will be seeing the Rhyperior here. Ramos outspeeds. Viola baits dual Wing Beat. So we're gonna go to Grant. And Rhyperior is outsped and OHKO'd by the Giga Drain from Ramos. And that is the right side down. The dual Wing Beat does inconsequential damage against Grant. It could have hit Ramos, I think, I'm not sure. It doesn't quite matter anyway, because Giga Drain would have healed off all the damage it dealt. And there goes Rhyperior. So now it's only the left side remaining. Grant here is gonna see a close combat. Most likely, I'm gonna double check that, if it's that or something else. It might see a close combat, it could be a dual Wing Beat to Ramos. It doesn't quite matter, we're gonna protect here, and we're gonna switch to Surge. And preferably it hits Grant, but it could be either, it doesn't quite matter. And now we're gonna switch in Hamilton, and Surge outspeeds and KOs Staraptor with Thunder Punch. The bit of chip was there to guarantee the OHKO, but even at -2 that would not have happened also. Like, it would have reasonably not happened. Of course, the Raptor saw that I could kill there, so it was gonna quick attack. Even if it didn't, it wasn't quite relevant. From here, it's easy. Lumineon, the reason we have Hamilton in, specifically, is to E-speed Lumineon and get it out of its sash. And we're gonna Thunder Punch Lumineon for a kill. Raichu outspeeds and KOs Lumineon after the E-speed chip. Well, okay, that's not quite chip, but you know what I mean. 2 down, 1 more to go, and the last one, of course, being the Gyarados. There it is. Intimidate, annoying, not really relevant. Even at -1, the Thunder Punch with a Muscle Band will deal very hefty damage. It might KO. Even if it doesn't, the Rock Slide from Hamilton will finish it off. It's a 25% chance to OHKO here straight off the rip. It didn't, unfortunate, but whatever. Hamilton still outspeeds and OHKOs with Rock Slide, and we're done. That is the Shed Shell obtained. A very crucial item for later down the line. And we beat them very cleanly indeed. I can stay under your parasol. There is the Shed Shell. And we made it to Falarbor, question mark. I don't quite know where the Veto fight is. Does anyone know? I don't want to just get into it guns blazing and happen to get there too soon, you know? So does anyone happen to know where that happens? Is it like akin to the earlier fights, or is it just someone who's waiting at the end of the city? It's someone that's waiting at the end of the city. Or they're in front. Apparently. I think I saw Vito there. Anyway, Route 113 is complete, and Falarbor is our next destination that we found. Uh-oh. I've been waiting for you. I got a call from my grandmother. Okay, yeah, no, that's not gonna count. Because I did not know that. I'm gonna quickly reset. That's why I saved. As insurance for myself. I thought I could at least get to the mart. But apparently, no, you can't. So that's good to know. Now, Vito here, as you can see, has a very powerful team. It's another mini-boss, and it's another point where the level cap hits you. So let's go ahead and start a calc. I had like a tiny bit of prep here. I need to make sure that this is gone. Where is it? Where do I turn that off? Just move, I guess. Okay. This was what I had written down for Vito. And that's about it. That's as far as I got. So now it's time to make this a proper line. And that means we need to go take a look at what's gonna happen. The main issue are the Mega Aggron and the Alakazam. The Alakazam in particular, I don't quite have the resources for. The closest I have that might work is Caracosta, but, you know, that requires me to dodge a crit. The same goes with Torterra. He doesn't need to dodge a crit, but he does need to dodge the Psychic special defense drop. If that were to happen, I would also be in trouble. So neither of those is quite the option I would need. So let's look further down the team. The Breloom, I can easily handle with Masquerain. Very, very easily. He's quad resists everything Breloom has, and Air Slash cleanly OHKOs. And this is even gem boosted, and without Intimidate even being factored in. So, Breloom is easy with Masquerain. Plain and simple. Talonflame can do the same, whichever I use doesn't quite matter just yet. In the same vein, if I can get in Masquerain on a CC, and a CC specifically, I can handle it with Masquerain too. Granted, there is the critical hit Aqua Jet that I might need to worry about, but yeah. Actually, that is definitely something I can worry about. Okay, good to know. I guess Orbital could also kind of work in the same vein. Yeah, Mask or Orbital, I wrote that down. The Swellow, I can 1v1 with Dreadnought, and maybe also with Arcanine, but that is barely in range of 2 Brave Bird crits. Granted, that is something I can avoid, but yeah. More importantly, I will need Arcanine Sui for Crobat. Giga Drain, Heat Wave, Sludge Bomb all do pitiful damage against Arcanine, so yeah. Arcanine Sui also kinda OHKOs with Rock Slide, right? So, yeah. So I will also be bringing Arcanine, and I will also be bringing Dreadnought, because both of those will handle those just fine. And the Caracosta, like, it's also usable against Swellow, but preferably I think I don't want to. For the very simple reason that crits can be annoying, and Dreadnought dodges the crits better than Costa does. I just have to make sure that Dreadnought comes in on, like, not Boom Burst, right? can probably guarantee that, but I need to look at how to do that specifically. I also had like Mamo in the back maybe, but that's a bit too scary. And it doesn't quite help against anything else. So I have something for Crobat, for Breloom, for Swellow, maybe for Crawdont. For Crawdont specifically, I can probably finagle something with like Kingdra or maybe, I don't know, Exeggutor Alola. Yeah, an itemless Exeggutor Alola also kind of handles Crawdont pretty well. Same kind of goes with... I was gonna say kind of goes with Torterra, that's not quite true. Amoonguss also kind of does that, but a little less... a little more risk. I also see that Hisuian Arcanine, upon KOing whichever it's gonna KO, baits in the Crawdont, because it will see a slow kill. Actually, no, it will bait in Breloom instead. So, yeah, all things considered, like, these three are basically must-brings. For the Crawdont, I can probably get away with using Exeggutor pretty well. But how I go beyond that, I don't quite know. There's also the option of maybe using Breloom instead. Actually, no, that is a really good option too. So either Breloom or Exeggutor can also kind of 1v1 the Crawdont. So now it's a matter of how do I handle the Alakazam? Because it has Focus Sash and it outspeeds my entire box. The closest I think I might have to an option is Orbeetle, but if Shadow Ball crits, I am in trouble. Not to mention, Orbeetle doesn't really OHKO or anything, you know? Arcanine Hisui is an option, because it will live the Aura Sphere, but it means I need something else for Crobat. And I don't quite know what that is. It's not Raichu, it might be Ampharos with Discharge. But I'm not quite sure if that works. Irrespective of all that, I don't have anything to 1v1 the Aggron quite yet. The closest to a maybe I have is Torterra. But it's very much a maybe. Right? Earthquake is a 3-hit KO. With Soft Sand it's a 4-hit KO. With like one tick of Intimidate, I can guarantee that he always clicks Body Press on me. And at that point, I might be able to like 1v1 with Torterra, kind of. Because with a Soft Sand, it's a guaranteed 3-hit KO. And I have Synthesis. I could even give it a Lepa to like stall with Synthesis against the Body Press. So that like once I'm above 140, 152, I could like EQ once, synthesis back up, EQ again, synthesis back up, EQ again. But I think that might be too slow. Though with 2 EQs on a soft sand, I deal 110. So I'd need to deal 30 more damage. And then Masquerain could come in on the body press and Bug Buzz for kill if I give it, like, silver powder. Right? That kind of works. Terra 1v1s -1. Aggron. And to that end, do I need a soft sand then? Or could I get away with a Lepa Berry instead? Because then EQ is 92. And I'd need to deal, what is that? 48, right? So, silver powder, 34. So no, I cannot get away with it. I would need to use a soft sand there. In the same vein, Breloom kinda does okay, but it will be... I will need to use it for the Crawdaunt anyway, so it's not quite the option I would want. Loom, 1v1s, Crawdaunt. Mask finishes with silver powder. Bug Buzz after 2. I'll make this window a little bit better for myself. What was I? Okay, let's make this window. There we go. That's better. So I kind of better know what the end is and what the start is. Up to here, and that means I need to go this. There we go. Okay, that fixes things a bit better. Okay, so looking over the, going about this one by one, I can 1v1 Swellow with Dreadnought. if I can bring it in on non-boom bursts. Whether or not I can, I need to look that up later, but that is probably what I want to do there. The same kind of applies to Mamo if I can get it in on specifically Brave Bird, because then Never Melt Ice, even without Never Melt Ice, I would live. Is that true? 23, 33.3. Yeah. Like, Mamo can also 1v1 Swellow if it can come in on Brave Bird specifically, which looks like it should happen. Probably. No, that's not true. It can be either Brave Bird or Heat Wave. But if that's the case, then I can definitely 1v1 with Dreadnought. Oh no, it could also be Boom Burst. Crap. So let's first handle that Alakazam, then. Let's just go from the start. I don't think I have anything that can live everything. I think. Because Raichu Alola cannot handle crit Shadow Ball. Krook cannot handle a crit Aura Sphere. The closest to a potential option I have is like just using Zoroark to Sucker Punch and be KO'd. But I'm not quite sure if that's what I want, you know? In the same vein, I could do something similar with Mighty Yena, I suppose. Both of those have functioning equivalent results there. Now, looking at like the only things that can realistically handle the Alakazam are like Torterra, provided it doesn't get a special defense drop, and Hisuian Arcanine, who can take a crit Aura Sphere. And like finish it off, like does crunch to E-speed for a kill. So that could be the option if and only if I can find an alternate out for Crobat. Salazzle Heart Walls it too, but doesn't really do much back, and Crobat can set up on it. And then all of a sudden it becomes scary. The same goes with Ampharos, even without the setup. And Dread is threatened by Giga Drain. So like everything combined, I just kind of need Hisuian Arcanine for Crobat. It's the only thing that can stand up to it reasonably. And thus I will need to find something else for the Alakazam. And Executor Alola is not quite the option I would want either, because while Wood Hammer can do hefty damage, it cannot guarantee everything. In the same vein, Dreadnought, while he can Rock Tomb it, he's just afraid of the Aura Sphere like Okoing. Orbeetle cannot take crit Shadow Ball. Talon cannot take crit Psychic. I'm basically, on every avenue, I'm dead to a crit, I think. And there's only 2 exceptions, and both of those I need elsewhere. Could I handle the Aggron some other way? I guess Talonflame can kind of wall it for a while. Except no, because it will use Body Press on me most of the time. And the second it does, Roost is no longer an option, because then Body Press damage doubles. I guess Talonflame could be used instead for the Breloom. Giving me an option of using Masquerain decently instead for the Aggron, except Iron Head on a crit just kinda... Even on a non-crit, it just deals too much. So I cannot afford to do that. So, is there anything else I could maybe handle it 1v1? Not Kingdra. Artillery? No, that's dead to crit on Body Press. Pyroar? If it can come in on an Iron Head, maybe? No, even then, no. Krook, no. Body Press Okos. Avalugg is too frail, which is weird coming from Avalugg, but it's like it cannot do damage back, so no. Mamo is physically inclined. It kind of has to be Torterra. Torterra is kind of the only option I have there. Either that or like Toxic it with Salazzle, but like EQ. EQ is such a hard kill there. I would Will-O-Wisp it if I kept it, but even if I were to burn with while using Pyroar specifically, Body Press crit would still kill. Not to mention, I would probably be outsped because it would have used Autotomize at that point, right? So all things considered, not an option either. It just kind of has to be Torterra that can 1v1 Aggron. Is that true? I'm not even sure if that's true, because of the amount of damage a Body Press does. PP is 10, right, on Body Press? I should have that somewhere. Here, probably. Body Press. Yes, that is 10 PP. I guess if I can stall out the Body Presses, Talonflame kind of 1v1s. Right? Because it can take the Iron Heads, and while, yes, it deals pitiful damage in return, it, like, there's quite a decent odd of it to burn at some point, so it kind of 1v1s. Once I run it out of Body Presses. And I can guarantee a fair few Body Presses via pivots. I wager. But all this only for me to just kind of be threatened by a Psychic Special Defense drop. If I were to get high roll Special Defense drop, I'd be taking 91, so I would be at 73. -1. I can't get myself out of Psychic range then, so to only be in Psychic range by using like an Oranberry even oranges kind of works, because at 83 it's going to be guaranteed psychic. And I could switch to a dark type and Sucker Punch. That does work. And that could even be Mighty Enna, for example, to have Intimidate in the back. But then I would not have anything for the Aggron, basically. How does Autonomize work? The AI for that. Pardon me? Oh, right, because I have it at 50%. Pardon me? I guess that can work. But it feels very wrong to go about it that way, you know? Is there any other, like, psychic resist with priority, maybe? Raichu? But I'm still using 2 Mons for it. And it's not like Raichu can help anywhere else. Maybe against a Crobat, but in practice, no. In the same vein, maybe against Swellow, but in practice, no. So, like, the pivot there doesn't quite matter, then at least one of the 2 dark types would do more in terms of utility later down the line. I guess. And then, because the dark type is in, I would bait Breloom using one of its fighting moves, which Masquerain can take. He takes the Sky Uppercut, he takes the Mach Punch that comes up after. And at worst, he takes... Ooh, wow, 60%? Really? Anyway, Air Slash would KO. I can do this, kind of do the same with Talonflame. How exactly I want to handle that, I'll check in a little bit. It could be either of those 2. Whichever of the 2 I have, it would bait in either the Crobat, the Swellow. If nothing crits, I'd take like... $17, so like... What is that? 34 damage? So I'd still be at 100 HP, then I guarantee see Swellow. Otherwise, I would see the Crobat. The problem with Swellow specifically is I see a random move between Boom Burst, Brave Bird, and Heat Wave. My best bet would then be to switch to Hisuian Arcanine and Rock Slide for kill. But then the Crobat becomes a massive issue. And switching to Dreadnought, I guess 79... There is a chance that I just kinda get low roll into high rolled, right? And I cannot afford that. But it would be a 1 in 3 and a 74, so I'd need to see like 1, 2, 3. Those already don't matter. It has to basically be a 70, 71, or 73 roll into a 78, 79, 78, or 77 plus roll respectively. That is low odds. I guess. Because if it's higher, then there's like far fewer rolls that actually OHKO with Boom Burst. Because I can just give it an Orin and get it out of dodge. Or Citrus. Like whichever of the two I do, I can just kind of get out of dodge that way. I would see Crobat clicking Giga Drain. Because that will kill. I can switch in Arcanine on that. I can Rock Slide, I can Extreme Speed, and the combination of those two kills. If he Nasty Plots, if he Giga Drains, then I need to do Rock Slide and Rock Slide. Is that true, or could I finagle that with a Muscle Band, maybe? I would do 111-ish%. So as long as it doesn't crit. Yeah, but that is still something that can happen. So I'm better off just kind of getting a person, not a person, what's it called? Pecha Berry for the potential Sludge Bomb poison, I guess. That will bait in the Crawdaunt clicking Aqua Jet, because that will see a slow kill. Whereas Aggron also sees one and sees... Yeah, also sees a slow kill, and neither sees that I can kill it. So it would go for Aqua Jet, maybe Crab Hammer. Or Crab Hammer or Aqua Jet. It doesn't quite matter just yet. I can just go to Breloom on whichever. That's not true. I cannot go to it on a Crab Hammer because that would spell trouble if I am seeing the what's it called? That would spell trouble if I see a crit. But then after that, the Water Gem would be gone. I would heal 1/8, so it would Aqua Jet me every single time. I could switch to Masquerain on the Aqua Jet at that point. No, because Masquerain would also be damaged a bit already from the 1v1 with Breloom. Could switch to Torterra then, maybe? No, that doesn't work either. So this doesn't quite work out the way you want it to. Besides that, all that, it could even CC me. Actually, that would not be an issue. Can I dodge water, like Crab Hammer crit, which is 115 at most? And then the non-water gem boosted Aqua Jet crit would be 33. So I would have to be above 36 HP. Right? No. 31 HP. So 32 or higher, because 117 is 31. So I'd need to be at 32 HP or higher before the Aqua Jet would hit me. Poison Heal would heal me for, let me get the calc out, 14. So 16, so I would need a Citrus. But with a Citrus, I would guarantee the 1v1 between Breloom and Crawdaunt. The only problem is I will bait a random move from Aggron. no, I would not be baiting EQ, because my HP would be high enough to where that's no longer a guarantee. I would basically see either Iron Head or Body Press at that point, because I would be, if I'm at 20% HP or so, at worst case, but in practice I'll probably be at like 30, so we'll see either Iron Head or Body Press. I guess Torterra can take either, but prefers not to, you know? Get to 70 HP, and then therefore sees a random move between those two as well. And then I could switch in Masquerade, but a crit would just kind of devastate me. Especially considering I will... Yeah, no, that doesn't, just kind of doesn't work. I guess I could try a Mariana switch in there. But that would still not only be dead to crit Iron Head, less likely but still very possible. %, yeah. So that doesn't quite work the way I want it to. And if he clicks Body Press, I'm just kind of screwed anyway, right? I think this might be a sack angle then. That I just sack Mariana for a Sucker Punch into Alakazam and finish it off with one of these two. The priority mons that I haven't, like, in my team. Depending on what I want to bait in first. If I were to go for Arc, I would see a guaranteed Aqua Jet. If I were to go for Loom, I'd see a guaranteed Sludge Bomb from Crobat. I wouldn't see guaranteed Aqua Jet on a Crawdon's end though. I'd see Crab Hammer Aqua Jet, but that's fine. I'd take it with the Breloom, and then I'd bait in Crobat. Clicking Sludge Bomb or Heat Wave, I can go to Arcanine then. Actually, no, it would still be... What would that bait in from there then? I guess actually Aggron, no? I guess that would be Aggron. Clicking Earthquake most likely, but maybe Body Press? Or Earthquake or Body Press. And then actually I do have a clean switch line to Masquerain on EQ or Body Press. And then to Torterra on what's most likely Autotomize. And if it isn't, it's Iron Head, which is at -1, so it's kind of whatever. And I could just do the line I had in mind earlier, right? Well, not really, because of the outspeed on versus Masquerain, I cannot safely bring it in to Bug Buzz. So I would need to bring in something else. I guess Breloom Mach Punch could finish it off, but not really. because I can go... I don't like having to sack something here, but I feel like I kind of have to, right? I also feel like it's very bad to have to sack on the first Mon, right? But if I want to use Torterra for the Aggron, I kind of have to. Unless I can somehow 1v1 some other way, but I don't see some other way. Caracasa is too weak to body press. I cannot really do anything in return. Amoonguss, no. Kinda. If I can dodge a few crits. No, but I'd bait Iron Head. And that's the issue. I don't want to see Iron Head. That just kind of brings a lot of volatility. I'd have to bring it down to like -3 to have that be inconsequential. And that is rough to do. Not to mention, I don't know if I'd still 1v1 with Amoonguss then. I guess some Giga Drain recovery and I'd give it like the Miracle Seed. Then Giga Drain and Energy Ball combined to like be a 4-hit KO, 5-hit KO basically. And with Synthesis in the back, I guess I could be safe. For the most part. I guess that kind of works. It kind of works, but I would need to bring it down to -3. Not to mention, I'd still have to dodge that special defense drop on Psychic. If that Psychic special defense drops, I'm just kind of screwed. The other way would be to do something else for Crobat, and then have the Arcanine Sui just handle the Alakazam. And I guess Mamo could do it if it comes in on any, like on Sludge Bomb or Heat Wave specifically. Is that true? No. Because if Sludge Bomb were to poison, then I'd be in trouble. In the same vein, if Heat Wave crits, I'd be in trouble. So that's not true. But I can guarantee Sludge Bomb or Heat Wave. I cannot guarantee that it's both. Mind. I guess Amoonguss coming in on Aqua Jet. Nope, never mind. Coming on CC? No. No, especially not that. Okay, so that is not an option either. Our 1v1s -1 Aggron, Synthesis, Ammo, 1v1s -3 Aggron. So if I can find a pivoting line to bring it down to -3, that might be the solution. Keyword might. Besides, I don't think I can find a pivoting line that way. Just get the effects force Baron, and you just get really parried every turn. I mean, true. Or to sleep. To just kind of have it, yeah. Look, I think the Amoonguss can handle the Aggron decently well. I think Amoonguss versus Aggron is a matchup I should win. Provided I can bring it down to -2, preferably 3, definitely. But I need a way to get it down to -3, and I don't quite see that yet. In any case, if I do that, I have Torterra free for something else, but Torterra cannot really help with anything else. The closest to a maybe is Breloom. Stall Breloom out of its, like, fighting gem, and once it's out of its fighting gem, there's Bullet Seed for me to worry about, but that could work. Keyword being could. And I guess Amoonguss also kind of 1v1's Breloom. But at that point, I just use Masquerade, right? And all this to say, I still need something for the Crobat. Which I don't quite see what can do that. Avalugg? Not really. Krook? No. I mean, no, it's in the same, it's got the same issues as... It's got the same issues as Mamo and cannot actually kill back. Ampharos would also not be an option. Raichu would not be an option. Salazzle is the closest to a maybe I have. Because with Wise... No, not even with Wise Glasses, that's an option. Besides, Sludge Bomb at +2 is scary. I can't Toxic it. No, I couldn't even Toxic it. I can Flamethrower it thrice. And I do out damage, but I don't quite reach. Not in time, at least. I guess if I just don't get crit TM, I could still handle it with Arcanine itself. But that is a heavy crit dodge that I would need. That's a very hefty crit dodge I would need. I can Citrus to maybe help out with that. I'd be at 162, so I'd have 2 HP, 25% of 164 is something like 41, so I'd be at 43 HP. So I could 1v1 the Crobat, but Crobat would not be what comes in, right? It would be Crawdon that comes in. And I cannot switch Arcanine back in on the Crobat. Not reasonably, at least. Anyway, I would see Crawdon clicking like one of just a fully random move, honestly. And Breloom can take the random move. I can give it the Citrus. If I give it, and I give that a Citrus as well, to make sure that I can live Crabhammer crit into Aqua Jet. And if he were to knock off the Citrus Berry, whatever, because that means he deals less damage anyway. Even then, like, crit into crit is not something I'm afraid of. And I can kill it right back with Seed Bomb into Mach Punch. Or maybe even, like, I might even just facade into Mach Punch because of the fact that I would live a hit, get a little bit more chip heal, Mach Punch would kill. That honestly kind of works. Not I think that chip heal will do much, but it might. That would bait in Crow, Bat, clicking Heat Wave or Sludge Bomb. Which I can take with Salazzle, I guess. And then Flamethrower twice, but Sludge Bomb into... Sludge Bomb crit into Nasty Plot into Sludge Bomb would KO me. And I cannot afford that. And I don't really have a better switch in. I guess like there's a pivoting line with like Dreadnought and then Breloom again, and I could like kind of go back and forth somehow maybe a bit, but like in practice, no. Besides, I need Dreadnought healthy for the Swellow. How does this thing keep just moving? I feel like it keeps being annoying. Extend it that way, I guess. Okay. This is irrelevant. Is it Orange Dread or was it Citrus Dread? Sorry about that. Like the closest I see to like a winning line is a sack play, I guess. But it's a sack play where I'm not even sure how to what to sack and when. So, what? Is there a chance for it to charge beam? No 100% effect also fall into this category. Setup. there is a chance that Alakazam charge beams on Arcanine, right? If I look at the AI document, I believe that's true. And if that were to happen, I'd be in a really good in a really good spot, I believe. I have that other damage calculator as well, so I could check if that's true. What it says there. Right, is it because I OHKO it, maybe? Sorry about that. You know what? I'm just gonna full send this line. I think Charge Beam. Like, if I read the AI document correctly, Charge Beam should not be KOing. Like, should be an option. It's not the highest damaging move, but it is a setup. It's considered a setup move. Because attack stat increasing moves with 100% effect also fall into the category of general setup. So Charge Beam is one of those. And thus, it's at offensive setup +6, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. But I can't quite tell. I believe. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna full pursuit this line a little bit. Let's go take a look. If I were to lead with Hisuian Arcanine and go about it that way, I believe it could Charge Beam, but I'm just gonna assume that I'm incorrect on that. I'm gonna ask just in case, but... So if I were to assume that the Charge Beam could not be clicked here, which is not unreasonable to assume. Lead Hisui. And I'd have a Citrus. So Citrus Hisui. Because then, under most circumstances, he could be decently healthy, and if he is not crit, He's still a solution for the Crobat, basically. That's the idea. Lead Arc H. Crunch plus E speed kills. In comes Crawdont. Clicks random move. Pivot. Loom. And I also need a Citrus Loom as well to guarantee that I survive the full crit shenanigans that could happen. Pivot Loom. KO with... Wait, if he's low... If Loom were to get very low, so he'd be at... Let's say he's at 35 HP. Oh, there is a small chance for it to not click Aqua Jet then, huh? Okay, well that is annoying. So I would need to use Seed Bomb instead. But that assumes I get Crab Hammer crit, right? Crab Hammer crit and I lose the 85% miss and the 68.8% chance to kill with Seed Bomb. I think that is an okay risk to take. Besides, I don't think I have a better choice. Actually, no, that's not entirely true. Executor would be a better choice then. Because yes, I would take a random move. Which could be knockoff crit, and then knockoff would kill me. That is an issue, actually. That is too big an issue to ignore. So I needed to be Loom. Yeah, I needed to be Loom KO with Seed Bomb. And if I get crit... Like... If not crit... Use Facade instead. Like, probably. I'm not quite sure if that's true. In due time. I would see Crobat come in. And I'd have to, if healthy Arcasui, switch it in and 1v1. Because it can do that. It should be able to do that. Or at least it should be able to do hefty damage. If I'm not crit, I should be at like 60-ish% at worst. 55, something like that. And then Giga Drain crit, no, Sludge Bomb crit into Poison. Into Giga Drain, I could still be in trouble. But I think generally speaking I shouldn't be. Not to mention there's the 50-50 of it clicking Heat Wave. And in the worst case scenario could even click Giga Drain. Granted, that's the move I want to see least, probably. But even that is not the biggest issue. Actually, no, even that would be fine. But if it's not healthy enough, then what? then I do need like some kind of reprieve. So that's kind of where I'm stuck now. From there, there's also the Breloom, who I would 1v1 with Masquerain basically every single time. And I shouldn't be afraid of any damage it deals, basically. So long as I don't get like crit, Sky Uppercut into Mach Punch crit, which is basically 60%, I'll be fine. And that will bait in the Swellow. Actually, before anything else, the Arcanine Hisui would bait in... He would be very low, so he'd probably bait in the Swellow too. We'll probably see a fast kill with Brave Bird. Depending on the HP. It's either going to be Swellow or Aggron that comes in. If it's Aggron that comes in, I will see... Random move. If it's... Is that true? Yes, I would generally see random move. And I don't want to lose Arc quite yet, so Flamethrower is not a click. I would switch to like something, I don't know yet what. Maybe Ammo, but I will need to look at that later. Else. And besides, I still don't have the alternative for the Crobat. And I don't quite know what it would be. I said Mammo before as a potential option, but I don't know if it is. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure if it is. Okay, I think these four in particular, a normal scenario should handle these five. And the only exception is like crit here. Like the first move would have to crit. And if it doesn't, I'm fine. And there's like a few, like small few other options that could spell trouble, but in general, I should be fine. The one thing... If I would be in trouble, I would probably have to go to Salazzle. Maybe Crook? Who also has Rock Slide, and therefore 2-hit KOs Crobat a bit. But the Giga Drain would be very bad for me, so that wouldn't resolve anything. Do I have some way to lower its speed by any chance? Alternatively, do I have a way to maybe guarantee a heat wave? Not particularly. The only way that would be doable is not even masquerade. Maybe masquerade, but if it comes in on sludge bomb, then not really. Besides, I need it for these. What was it? The Breloom. I guess Breloom I can also kind of handle with Mungus. So if that were to happen, that would work as well. I think these 5 in most of the circumstances should handle these 5. Maybe even these 6 if I get a bit lucky. So I need insurance for the Crobat and preferably a little bit for the Aggron. For the Crobat, my best insurance would be, I guess, still Salazzle, right? Or Mamo. Actually, no, it's Mamo instead. Mamo is also insurance for Breloom. Because of Ice Shard, it's also insurance for Swellow. And it can maybe kind of help for Aggron, but in practice, probably not. And that doesn't mean I get it down to -3. It does it. And this feels unsafe as all living hell. I don't see it. If Arcanine is healthy, I can go to Arcanine for Crobat and he can 1v1. If he's not healthy, I could go to Mamo instead and Ice Shard twice for kill, or like probably Avalanche for kill. If I come in on like Sludge Bomb, as long as I don't get poisoned, I'm fine. Yeah, as long as I don't get poisoned, I'd be fine. And if you, for some reason, would click Nasty Plot on me after the Sludge Bomb, it would mean that I actually be free to click Avalanche into Ice Shard and basically take next to no damage. In the same vein, if for the Breloom I get in trouble, but that's generally not going to happen, but if for some reason I'd get in trouble with Dreadnought for the Boom Burst, which is if it's like a very specific min roll into a very specific max roll. Like, it has to be a low mid roll into a max roll. If it's a min roll or a high roll, I am good. Actually, no, 74 would also be a problem, actually. Okay, that is a lot more rolls than I thought it would be. Can I dodge it somehow? Yes, I can, actually. If I pre-damage Dreadnought ever so slightly to always be below 50%, give it a Citrus, I can be outside of Boom Burst range. Right? Yeah. It's a lot of Citrus Berries I need to invest, but it's kind of necessary. Citrus, Dread, add What would it need to be again? I'd need to be 60, have 66 be getting me below half, so 149 would be 74 I'd need to be at the end. So 140 actually only. Am I correct on that? 140, I'd be at 74 after HP. Yeah. 140. To guarantee the citrus procs, and therefore we're outside of Boom Burst range. And we can then Oko with Rock Slide or Rock Tomb or whatever. And if we come in on like Brave Bird or Heat Wave, that's whatever. Heat Wave could spell a bit of trouble actually, but there too, I'll probably have like some way of backing up at that point in my team. I hope. I can then kind of just Rock Tomb it once to have Arcanine outspeed. And that could then kind of work. The same goes for Masquerain. I would have to sack something, but yeah. That is then the alternative. But that is assuming I get Heat Wave burned, which is a 1 in 30. Right? That is basically a 1 in 30. And the Boom Burst rolls are higher odds. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is true. And besides, like, it would be Boom Burst, so I can... I can't guarantee it's not, so... But in general, that should be fine. Crobat comes in, healthy else. Mamo. And with a Pecha Berry, I just kind of hope it works. Basically. Give Pecha as insurance. No, give it Rost as insurance. I need the Rost instead of the Pecha because if he clicks Heat Wave and it burns, I'm in much more trouble than if I were to get poisoned by Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb poison would also be bad, but I can handle that probably slightly better. Hopefully. That has a... It is higher odds to happen, but lower odds to... Like, it would not be as likely to go awry, basically. And with a burn, it would definitely go awry. And I'll give Rost insurance. If it were to be Mamo that I would bring in, then the Breloom comes in and I can go to Masquerain just safely. Air Slash, kill, sure. I would see the Swellow come in after. In comes Loom, clicks random attack move. Switch Mask 1v1. In comes Swellow. Switch Dread. If burnt, Whelp. If burnt, switch Mamo. If Mamo used, Whelp. Used. Sack time, basically. I'll see what I need to sack, but that is basically as the battle progresses. In comes Agron, who should be the last mon left at this point, right? Yeah. Rost, Memo, Mask, a Moon. The only thing is, do I need a Moon or could I use Torterra instead? Because for Torterra I only need one attack drop to have it guaranteed be body press, but it'd take a bit too much from the body press. But Alepa Torterra, if like with -1, should be able to handle it most of the time. Whereas the same is not true for Amoonguss, because I'd need a lot more attack drops to guarantee body press. Because up until this point, up until -2, I see Iron Head guaranteed, and that won't do, basically. And I don't have an Iron Head switch in anyway. So I think instead of a Moon, I'd have to go for Torterra with Leppa Berry. And just kind of hope that works. It is physically bulkier. So hopefully, and it cannot be crit of course, so hopefully that works. In comes Agron, pivot Mask, pivot Tort, 1v1, and hopefully a 3-hit KO. If I 3-hit KO it, which is likely, I'll probably manage. If I need to 4-hit KO, I need to switch somewhere, probably. But if it's, like, it will be into body press, so I could do a pivot through Masquerain into a -2 Iron Head or something. Which, at that point, hopefully I can bring something in. Like, this is a very finicky line, but I don't think I can make it less safe, like any more safe than this. Worst case scenario, I can sack... Who would I sack then? I guess Dreadnought, but I'm not quite sure. It depends a bit on how the battle goes, right? I just need to know, if I don't see that first crit, I'll probably manage. In every other like Mamo is basically backup for like 3 different mons. The Swellow and the Crobat and the Breloom, maybe. For the Breloom in particular, it's basically just if I had it chipped already. It's even somewhat backup for Mamo and or Agron, I guess. But I think this is the safest I can make it. Unless anyone sees something that I'm not. Leppa Tort and Mask I'll give Orin, I guess. I don't want to waste too many citrus berries, if I can help it. These 3 need one. Masquerain is just a pivot, right? So, it doesn't quite need it. I think this is the best I can do. So let's give it a shot. Hello? Goodbye. And let's get the team. I hope I'm battle ready. And this is very much a hope and not a think, because this feels just risky all around. I do have most of the team in my party already, so that kinda helps, but whatever. So let's move the items. I don't need you to hold that. You can give that to Mamo. You don't need that. You don't need that. You will need a citrus. You do too. You need specifically a Lepa berry instead. I'm gonna give you that later. I'll first give Brassius his own citrus. Then Viola will need an Oran. And Ramos will need a Lepa. Yes. And with that, I hope I am ready. I think this is the best I can do. The one thing I need to change is I need to pre-damage Dread to 140. Pre-damage 3, 140. Out of here. Do it, and he should be at 140. And I'm also gonna pre-poison Brassius. There we go. With all that combined, I should hopefully manage. Hamilton is gonna be the lead. And I just hope I don't get crit, because if I don't get crit, this becomes significantly easier. But if I do, I should hopefully still manage through like a bunch of pivots and like backup lines and whatever. I hope. Are you ready? I think we're ready for veto. Trying to see if there's anything I can do to like make this safer. Like use the gems or something maybe, or TMs, maybe something that I missed there. No, nothing. No, there's nothing there. Neither would the gems do anything. No. I think that's a waste of the gems. Anyway. I have like, which gems do I have again? Rock, Dark, and Poison. Yeah. Rock, Dark, and Poison. Poison is not relevant. Dark is not relevant. Rock could be. But in practice it's not. So no. I think I just kind of have to send it. And we're just gonna hope that this works. That's about the best we can do. Oh, come on. Okay, well, here we go. Hear more about his incredible training. The first one to defeat them since I left home. He's been waiting to battle you ever since. Alright, Vito. It's you and me. Alakazam is the lead, and Alakazam is very scary in terms of its damage. Thankfully, it cannot OHKO Hamilton here. It is, even an Hour Sphere crit will only deal 162 damage, so I can crunch and E-speed in that order. We just hope this doesn't crit, because if it doesn't, we're in a much better spot. That was a bit of a high roll, but even then, we are good. At this HP, Hamilton is still useful later down the fight. So we crunch, and now we E-speed, and we're good. This will bait in once we KO, because this is the first one down. Good. Good. One down. 5 to go. This should be the Crawdaunt. Perfect. Crawdaunt here is going to click a random move between... I need to make sure that I say the right thing. It has no item, so it's a random move between CC, Aqua Jet, and Crab Hammer. We hope to see Aqua Jet. That makes this the safest. But regardless of what move I see, Brassius should come in, hopefully safely. Here too, there is like a slight issue that could happen, but in general, we should be good. Aqua Jet. Perfect. That's the best outcome, because now Crawdaunt will only Aqua Jet me. Meaning we are safe to click Seed Bomb here every single time. Is that true? No, in that case, we want a Facade here. I'm gonna double check that that range actually works for me. Yes, that works. So we're gonna Facade here instead. Because the Crawdaunt here is only gonna click Aqua Jet, because that is the highest damaging move it sees. And it doesn't see that it can kill me, even at this HP. And the reason we Facade is to get a little bit of extra healing from our Poison Heal, because Mach Punch here kills. That extra bit of HP means we are guaranteed to see Sludge Bomb here from the Crobat. And we would have preferred to see Heat Wave, but this also means Brassius can maybe come in later. For now, we know he's gonna Sludge Bomb me. So we're gonna switch in Hamilton, and we're gonna go about the way I originally intended. Hamilton comes in, takes a Sludge Bomb, hopefully doesn't get poisoned. But even if I do get poisoned, as long as it's not like poison crit, I'm probably fine. This is perfect. Now he's gonna either Giga Drain or Sludge Bomb me, maybe Nasty Plot. We hope to see Nasty Plot because that's the safest. We're gonna Rock Slide here in any case. Sludge Bomb is the most annoying, but at this point Hamilton did all it needed to do, so whatever. Rock Slide, perfect. And now E-Speed kills. And that is the Crobat down. This should bait in the Aggron at this point, because we are too high HP for Swellow to see a kill, so it will guaranteed be the Aggron that comes in. Yes. Aggron here is going to click a random move between Iron Head, Earthquake, and Body Press. And that is a bit of an issue. Because that is not exactly how I had hoped things would go. But there's also the chance that it clicks Autonomize. I'm gonna hope that that is what happens, and we're gonna switch in Viola. Actually, no, it was never gonna click Autonomize there, but whatever. We're just gonna hope this EQs or Body Presses. It's a 1 in 3. It's a 2 in 3. Body Press. That's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. It hurts. Absolutely hurts. That was almost a max roll too, but whatever. Here it's going to either Iron Head or Autonomize. We're going to go to Ramos. And Ramos is going to do this 1v1. Hopefully as best as it can. Autonomize is whatever. That means we came in safely. We do know that we're guaranteed outsped here, so we're going to EQ. Body Press deals between 40 and 45-ish%, 64 to 76. So we can take 2 in every single scenario, and we're going to need to Synthesis off after 1. And we're going to have to Synthesis up to 152. That's going to take a bit, but we've got a Lepa Berry to help with that. We're just going to hope to see a bunch of low rolls, basically. Over time, that should generally happen. We're going to Synthesis one more time. See? Okay, that is a high roll. 146 is not quite enough. So we're gonna do one more. And now we're good. Now we're gonna be at basically full. And we can once again EQ. Okay. 99, so here comes the synthesis. Shuffle again. I say that's not necessary anymore, is it? I can EQ here, right? Let me be your ruler. That is 25%. That is a guaranteed kill by EQ, so I can EQ here safely. Okay. What do we have left? The Breloom and the Breloom and the Swallow, right? They should be Breloom coming in. Sorry about that loud sound, of course. Oh, hi, Hazel. I'm doing alright. This is going quite well. And with this fight, this is the next boss fight, so hopefully this boss fight goes well. So far, it's been going well. So I hope that I can continue that on to the finish line, basically. For now, that means we switch to Viola, who can take whatever Breloom is going to use here. It's never going to Spore, because that cannot put me to sleep, so it's going to Sky Uppercut, Mach Punch, or Bullet Seed. Bullet Seed could technically be the most annoying, but in practice I hope that it's not going to do that. Okay, that's fine. Even at this HP amount, I'll be perfectly fine. And because it sees that I can kill, it's going to Mach Punch me. And that even with the Fighting Gem, that's not going to be any scary for me. Perfect. That is one Mon remaining, and it is the Swallow, for which we now have two Mons basically to handle it. Swallow here is going to click a random move between Boom Burst, Brave Bird, and Heat Wave. We hope to see anything but Heat Wave, but if we do, we should still have a way out. Actually, we want to see Heat Wave, but we just want to see it not burn. Okay, just don't burn, please. We're good. We've made it through. Because Rock Tomb from here kills. At least it should. With 2 ticks of... Yeah, no, it's gonna kill here with 2 ticks of Life Orb. And Fido is down deathless. Thankfully, there were a bunch of risks I had to take there, but thankfully the risks didn't actually happen. And this is done. It was the best battle I've had in a long time, and should still have much to improve. Pleasure to meet you. Same. Pleasure to have done that. That means we get some new items that we can use. Ultra Balls that are definitely gonna be added to my bag. And a few King's Rocks. King's Rocks is gonna be useful later. The rest here is not quite useful yet. And there's also a new encounter here. I'll go about that in a little bit. And here, there's the Move Tutor house. What do you Move Tutor? I can teach Pokemon those moves. Oh, this is just the move reminder. Okay, well, that is annoying. Or at least disappointing, I guess. But hey, we made it through! Another major boss battle down! And another major boss battle down means another level cap. And it also means one of the big gauntlets coming up. I'll go about that in a little bit. For now, we're gonna look at what the new level cap is. I don't remember. I believe it's 50, but I'm not quite sure. let's go take a look. Hamilton is going to be the first, because I'm always going to use Hamilton. And it's going to learn Stone Edge. Ooh. I believe I'm going to just replace Crunch here every single time. It should always be a better move, if only to bait certain mons, right? It's probably not a move you're going to click ever, but it's good to have. 51, 52... Close combat. Interesting. I think that is better than Stone Edge. I think it is. Trying to think if there's any specific mons where I would want that close combat. Probably. There's a bunch of water trainings coming up where it doesn't quite matter which of the two you do. I'm just gonna go with this instead. And is that the level cap then? 52? It is not. Wow, 54. Gotcha. Alright, so Ramos here is gonna go up onto 54 as well. Does it get anything? No. Wake. Do you get anything still? I don't think you do. 52, 53, 54. Nope. Viola, I believe, is also out of moves, so I can just quickly do this. It gets Hydro Pump here. Interesting. I don't think that's a move I want, though. I've never clicked Scary Face for what it's worth. But you kind of want to bait the rock types. So you don't want Hydro Pump. No. I think there are going to be more scenarios where I want to click Scary Face than that I want to click Hydro Pump. And 54. And then Candace, I hope you finally get some better physical ice move. Superpower, that's not an ice move, but still very good. By Ancient Power. And we're gonna go 4 more levels. 3 and 4. And Brassius. Let's go see what you get. Synthesis. Ooh. I think Brassius is too frail to use this properly, no? I guess the alternative thing to consider is how often am I going to click Facade? I think the answer is honestly not that often. But it's still very good neutral coverage, right? It outdamages Brick Break if it's neutral. It outdamages Seed Bomb if it's neutral as well. Yep. So it's still a very good move. If it's for Synthesis stalling that I would want this, don't I want to use Amoonguss or Torterra instead, then? I think that's true, and for that reason I'm not going to grab Synthesis. As good as a move as it is, and it's really, really good, I think I prefer to have this as an offensive powerhouse. 52, 53, and 54. There we go, that is this team leveled up. Let's get everyone else. I will wait with Grant, as usual. I'm gonna wait with Lana for a bit. And I'm gonna wait with Nana for a bit. Actually, I'm gonna wait with everyone else, because you only want to really level mons up that you need to level up, right? So, yeah. I'm gonna take a little quick bathroom break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And after that, we're gonna get our encounter here. See you in a bit. And we're back. Double check that I closed the door. Yep, I did. Okay, good. So, yeah, like I said just before, I'm not gonna continue leveling everyone up. I'm just gonna go ahead and take a look at what I can encounter here. And my encounter table is still a little screwy, so let me fix that up real quick. 75%. And then we're gonna go ahead and move on to Full Arbor. There it is. A bunch of different mons, and quite a variety of options. Not quite sure what I would like to see most. I think I would not like to see Snubble. I think that would not be good. I would love to get a fairy type though, and I would also love to see a steel type. So honestly, all of these look interesting at least. I think Laron would be the worst option. And I think Snubble would be the worst option. So I think this is a repel trick angle, but I might want to double check if there's like wild held items here. So I don't have that here, but I do have that on my Run and Bun decks. I don't know if that's visible from here. It's not, then I'm not going to show it off. So let's go take a look. It would be Berserker, who has no item. Koparaha, which also doesn't have one. That which you just heard was Carablast, which also has no held item. Snubble also doesn't have a held item. Laron has a Heartstone maybe, but that's not the biggest deal. Clefairy could have a Moonstone, but I have access to those anyway, so it's not a big deal to not have. The Clefairy in particular would be insane. A Follow Me user, like, it's a very good support mon, and just a fairy type in general would go very well for me. Not to mention the moveset on Clefable is insane. Anyway, Carablast. I already checked Carablast, of course. Granbull? No. Azumarill? No. Scyther? No. I can't choose still which I want for Scyther, but that is... How do you evolve Cleavor, actually? I will look that up later, but in any case, there is no reason to compound eyes here. So it is Repel Trick instead, meaning we can dodge the Snubble. And that's probably the best I can do here. So, that means we can lead with... I'll go with Bryson Man for now. And I will bring Nana as well as the resident sleep inducer. That means we do need to candy up Bryson Man a bit. I will look up if I need to delay the evolution a bit. I can go up to 40, where I get knockoff for Zorua. I might as well not evolve it, I think. Let's see. Feint Attack, Punishment, I would evolve at 30. Torment, and then Foul Play, Dark Pulse, knockoff. Foul Play, Dark Pulse, knockoff, Memento, Taunt, Night Days, Memento, Taunt, Night Days. So I might as well not evolve Bryson at all yet. And that means I quickly grab the Everstone. And I have to level it up to 39. Not the escape rope, the endless candy. Bryson Man. 25, where it gets Snarl. I think I'll probably use Snarl earlier than I would use Punishment. I'm trying to look if there's anything I would, like, what I would want to keep. I think Fake Tears is a good keep. Quash is probably not going to be good enough. It's a niche. Could be a good niche, for sure, but I think it's too niche. So I think I keep Fake Tears and Sucker Punch among these. So I'll get rid of Quash for now. I'm going to quickly get up to 30 where I get Torment, which could be useful. I'll get it over Punishment for now. But I wager it's going to be gone real soon. Because I get Foul Play here, which is probably better than Torment. I should look at the EVs and IVs of Zorua in particular. It is slightly more specially inclined, and considering I am mostly physical on my team, I think I just don't want Foul Play. I have a Foul Play user if I need one, right? That's what it boils down to. Torment is good. Foul Play is good. I think I'm gonna not use Foul Play and I'll get Dark Pulse. And I'll get Dark Pulse over Torment. Or Snarl. I think I'm gonna get rid of Snarl here. Good as that move is, and it really is good, I think that is probably optimal. And at 39, we're gonna stop. I'm also gonna quickly level up Nana to 54. And now, with the Repel up, double check that I do have it up. I do. Hey. Interesting. Where? Where is it? To the left. Oh, there it is. A nugget. Which does nothing. Anyway, my Repel is deactivated, and now it will be active. And with the Zorua in the front, we know we're not gonna see the Snubble, most likely. So let's go and see what we will find. Okay, that doesn't quite work, so we're just gonna continue. And what are we getting? Show me a Steel type, I think. Berserker. Good? I think I'd prefer to have seen something else. But I'm not quite sure of that. Let's see what I have in terms of Pokeballs. Pokeballs. Yeah, no, I'm gonna quickly switch to Nana. That should probably be fine, right? With the Intimidate up, especially. Payback, that's whatever. Let me double check the moveset of Berserker just in case. At level 40, it will have Iron Head / Night / Payback. I can yawn it probably just fine. I don't think Iron Head crit would kill me here. Please tell me I'm right. Okay, that would kill me. So we're gonna go to Wake here. Berserker. At level 40. 0 defense, 0 HP against weak at 54. I can safely rock slide. Okay, then that's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna do a rock slide. And that looks like I can do it again, right? I will do it again. Just don't wake up here yet. Okay, perfect. Then I can throw a Great Ball here. I think a Great Ball would do, right? Yeah, we're gonna throw a Great Ball here and show me that it works. 1, 2, 3, and got him. Berserker. A female Steel-type Pokemon. Well, the first one that comes to mind is Jasmine, but it feels a little bit disingenuous to call this Jasmine. So I'm gonna quickly take a look if there's any other Steel-type trainers that could actually work here. Notable Steel-type trainers. Jasmine. Poppy, right. Yeah, no, I think this is just gonna... I'll call you Poppy. I think that's fine. Poppy, welcome to the team. Let's go and take a look. What are your specs? Poppy the Berserker. Sassy nature, tough claws. I think that's the better of the two abilities. Nah, both are good. Sassy nature is also not bad. It's not going to be winning any speed games anyway. And oh, you are good. Look at that attack stat. Look at that defensive stats. The speed being whatever is whatever. It makes slow moves more likely now, and that's actually good. I'm content with this. This is a good Berserker too. And a poison immunity is gonna come in real clutch, because I, didn't have a steel type yet. Never did. So yeah, Poppy, good addition to the squad. Let me quickly tick it off in the encounter list. I think I would have preferred to see like Scyther or maybe Carablast. Beggars can't be choosers, I know very well that that's true. And I think all things considered this was perfectly fine. Anyway, that was our one encounter. Before we get any new trainers, I think I will need to double check that. And by double check, I mean we're gonna quickly scout ahead a bit on the road. I'll get Hamilton back in. Bryson Man is gonna go here. I'll grab that Everstone. Thank you. Route 114. Okay, the fishing in Route 114 is already accessible. The route encounter is not. Is there a particular reason to fish here instead? Also, I believe this is where you get access to the Desert Underpass. Big Brother's a Fossil Maniac. It's very lucky too. Got Erupt with Power. May lower special defense. That's Earth Power. Ooh, that is good. And I believe I can get a wild encounter here if I want to. I think. Is there any particular reason to wait? Is there any particular reason to compound eyes? I think in any case, it's a reason to go look at the encounter table once more. There's a few things to get. In terms of the water encounter, I don't quite have a lot of good water types, do I? I don't think I do quite yet, right? That said, though, Corviknight is like arguably one of the best mons here. So there's definitely a reason to go to the grass instead. But I am set on flying type, so it's not like I'm desperate for it. I think in any case for the Desert Underpass, we're just gonna get our encounter real quick. I will check if there's any reason to compound eyes, or if I can just kinda go in. Okay, yeah, there is. And unlike before, there's no actual reason to not do that. So I might as well. Quickly get to the PC. Grab our Berg. I'll also get Ramos back. Is that good? Not necessarily. There's a few bad encounters in the Desert Underpass, but there's nothing I can do to route it better, I think. I don't believe there is. I believe the routing here is not quite something I need to worry about yet. So I think that is only going to be later where you're going to really do some good routing. So I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to quickly candy up Berg. Get him up to 54 as well, where he gets nothing. Okay. I will also, with the cheaty little thing we have, I'm gonna pre-damage 2. Damage 2. So what's its max HP again? 152, and pre-damage 3, 167. Just do a quick little heal without having to run back, basically. I'll also quickly get rid of these 2 items. Don't want to lose anything if I can handle that. And let's see if we can get an encounter here. I don't know if it's quite an encounter yet. I think it should be, right? When I want to make sure that I do this correctly. Like, when do you get an encounter in the Underpass? I feel like you should already be able to get one, right? My repel is off. It was off. Okay, I'm gonna quickly ask this, because I believe you should already get it, but I'm not sure. Desert Underpass. First, let me just look it up. Can enter this without reviving the weird fossil, so no way around it. Oh, I need to revive the fossil first. So, how do I get the fossil? Oh, is that the fossil I got earlier? Okay, well that doesn't count as an encounter. Because I did already get my encounter in Rustboro, but I'd have to go to Rustboro to do that first. So let me go do that. Right, I forgot I have my repel on again. So let me turn it off again, so let me turn it back on. Here we go. Down we go. Through the desert. Past the rock smash boulder. Down to Mauville. And then we take a hard left. And into Verdant Turf. Go to the tunnel. Move boulders. And we make it past. And now we're on Route 116 again. I can bike my way back to here. Now, to be clear, I can get the encounter here. I believe it's over here. Somewhere. Wanna use? What is it? It's a Pokemon fossil. Sure. And then we're gonna go back. Again, to be clear, this is not an encounter. I already have my Rustboro encounter. And this is just a dupe. Amora is a mon I would have gotten. So I'm absolutely fine with what I got. I'm gonna quickly just call you Dupe. And I'll put Dupe in the box real quick. If I happen to find out that I can get it, but I don't believe I can, then yay, we got an Amora. But I believe this would count as your Rustboro encounter, and I have my Rustboro encounter, so yeah. This would have been a Rustboro encounter. Well, then this is going straight into the rip box. But in doing so, I am getting access to the Desert Underpass. So back up we go. The whole 9 yards we need to bike back. Alright, Rust Turf Tunnel. And that's all. That's the first half done, or the first third or so. Verdant Turf, Route 117. Up to Mauville. Get blocked by the big guy. And now we're gonna go further up. Okay, this is at least going a lot more smoothly than the way here. And I spoke too soon. Okay, that's not entirely true. That one, all things considered, pretty well. And now we should be able to make it to the Desert Underpass. Route 114. And in we go. Desert Underpass. There's a bunch of fossils I could be getting here too, apparently. I don't think... these shouldn't count as your encounter, in my eyes. I don't know what the consensus is on that, but... I don't think I want any of these anyway, right? Is it a sail fossil? Yeah. I could get these. I feel like these would not count as the Desert Underpass encounter in my eyes. So I'm just gonna get the wild Pokemon here. Whatever it may be. And it's going to be Druddigon. I don't quite know how good it is, of course. But this feels like the worst encounter, if I'm being honest. Second worst, maybe, but not far behind that. I don't know. I will go to... First off, I'm going to check its moveset. Night Slash, Revenge, Chip Away, Dragon Claw. Okay, well, I'm going to go to Viola then for the Intimidate. I might get a Dragon Fang from this, which is good. Night Slash. I think this should be a safe switch then. I think even a Revenge crit would not kill me. At least once. I hope. I will need to check this. Druddigon, blank set, level 40 against Nana? No. Mightyena? Revenge. At worst, it deals, if it's Adamant max attack or something, it would deal at most 108, so I can yawn safely. As long as I'm above 108, I'm fine. Perfect. Then we're gonna... Oh wait, this could have rough skin. And Revenge then will deal double damage. So I will switch back to... I'll go to Ramos here. So Ramos cannot be crit, of course. I will go ahead and... Seed Bomb, we should be safe every single time. Alright. And I will throw a ball here. I know this is comparatively hard to catch, so I will use an Ultra Ball here. Come on! Don't make me have to do more, please. Just get in the ball, please. Just make this easy. Did it? Was that a crit? Oh, I thought it was a crit capture. I thought that... I didn't expect it to be a thing, but whatever. Nice! Druddigon, get. There is a very, very obvious mon here, a name here, and it's gonna be Iris. And that is Iris, welcome to the team. Let's see if you got the Dragon Fang, and also what I can get from you. Back in we go, and we are gonna see... Druddigon. It does not have the Dragon Fang, but that's fine. It is Sheer Force, Calm Nature, that's a bit unfortunate, because that reduces attack. And IV-wise, it's physically decently bulky, but beyond that, it's not the best. That is fine. It doesn't need to be all too good. What I do know is that this is probably getting it does get a few good moves between Dragon Tail and, more importantly, Rock Climb, which is sheer force boosted, superpower, and like it gets the punches, elemental punches, which also have the sheer force boost. So there's at least a fair bit of coverage with Iris. So all in all, I think this is gonna be alright. We will see how alright is in due time. I'm gonna put you with the rest of the underleveled mons. And we're gonna take you off here. I would have loved to get something of a dupe there. It is a dupe for It is a dupe for Mount Chimney, where there are some really good mons to get, I guess. But that is in due time. For now, there is... Oh! Interesting. So, I'm looking ahead a tiny bit. We're almost headed to Meteor Falls. And as you can see, you could get a guaranteed Gyarados over there. Now, is that something you want? I don't quite know. In my case, however, looking at it, because my team, it's pretty alright. The one thing I'm not quite content about is my lack of water types. Especially offensive water types, right? I have 2 defensive ones, and one that is kind of starting to fall off real hard. Now, do you need a good water type? I don't quite know. The answer to that could very well be not really. Not to mention, there's like a bunch you can get later. Trying to look if there's like any particular reason to wait or not, right? Basically, do I want to risk the role of getting Vespiquen or Ledian in the grass to potentially get Corviknight, which is a very, very good mon, and another steel type, which I am still lacking, a good defensive steel type most notably. Or do I just want like the consistent, probably fine water type, right? I'm gonna try Route 114, take a look. Because Vespiquen is very redundant. Ledian is incredibly redundant. It's giving me Tailwind, it's giving me Encore, it's giving me U-Turn. But like a bunch of this is not that good. Yanmega, okay, that could be nice, but in practice I'm not quite sure if it is. It very well could be, it very well could be. Then there is the Staraptor, which, yeah, that's good. Take down, dual wing beat, Endeavor. You lose quick attack, but whatever. Corviknight, which is incredible. Roserade, which is good. Good. It's another special grass type, and I do already have it, so it's a bit redundant as well. Mudsdale with Tangling Hair, which is interesting. And beyond that, it gets like good moves, but nothing... It's nothing incredible, especially considering I already have quite a few ground types, and a few that are like physically decently bulky between Torterra itself and Krook. And then there's Sirfetch'd, who I genuinely feel is the worst encounter there. Whereas in the water, Azumarill would actually be a huge miss because you get thick fat and not huge power. And its attack is a bit buffed, I see. But in practice, Azumarill would be a huge, like, miss. Araquanid, good. It needs a hard skill to really come online with Sticky Web. But between Lunge, Dive, Soak, Hydro Pump, Liquidation, Leech Life, like, and Water Bubble. Water Bubble in particular is really, really strong. It's good. Gyarados, it's like the classic, really good Mon there, you know? It's like the classic, really good Nuzlocke encounter. Hi there, Anna. Welcome. Though, unlike continuing on the Gyarados trend, I don't know if the Gyarados site is in this game. I will check that real quick. Mega Stones. It is. So that is also a good thing about it. And you get, like, good coverage between, like, Crunch, Ice Beam, and a bunch of other moves, like Waterfall, Bounce, Outrage. Skill Shot is in particular really interesting. Aqua Tail is pretty good, though it has the Mischance, which is kind of annoying. So it's a bit risky, but it's another Intimidator, and it's one that baits electric moves like nothing else. And I've got a bunch of good ground types to do so, but to that end, it is a little bit late to be a good electric move baiting Mon. Azumarill, again, is a Thud, Slowpoke, Slowbro and Slowking, especially Slowbro, is probably pretty good. And it's a Mon with recovery, it's a Mon with good physical special moves, and it having potentially, I was going to say shell armor, that's not true, but it has Oblivious and Own Tempo, which are good, like decently in and of themselves. They're alright. They also have, like, Slowking in particular has pretty good moves it can get from... I need to make sure that I say correctly. Pretty good moves it can get from Scaling. Yawn, Flamethrower and Ice Beam. That. And then the final two Mons, by the way, are Meryl and Azurill. You don't want those. So, I am a bit torn. I could even save it. There's like even a third and fourth option in like waiting for the surfing. And of course the option 2, I need to make sure that I open it correctly. Do a Rock Smash, which is a guaranteed Geodude to Lola. Which, to be fair, should be a good dupe. Maybe not in the short term, but in the long term, I definitely believe it could be a good dupe. Trying to look if there's like... It means New Mauville, but New Mauville you already kind of know what you're going to get, it's a Voltorb. Hisuian Voltorb and Hisuian Electrode are incredible. Further down the line... don't quite see a lot of duping that it does. I thought it did more than it actually does. Yeah, it doesn't do nearly as much dupe protection as I thought it would do. So that's not quite what I thought it would be. Doing alright, hope you're doing as good as well. Just kinda playing through Run and Bun, looking at the next encounters I can get, if they're interesting or not. And like how to exactly go about them. I think I know my answer. But yeah, it's a rough decision. So yeah. The one thing I didn't quite check is Bruxish. Having Dazzling as a potential ability would be incredible. And beyond that, it has like fine moves. It's like alright. It's extra physical psychic type damage, which I am lacking a tiny bit, but is it something I'm missing? No, not really. And physical water moves I'm definitely not missing, so it's not quite good. I think I'd prefer the extreme high roll of Corviknight over the slight high roll of like Magikarp and Araquanid. Thank you for the follow, Anna, sorry. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for the grass encounter, or I think in general, I'm just gonna wait with this encounter in general. I'm just gonna continue with some fights. I think that's gonna be more fun to watch, and more fun to ponder. So to that end, what is the next team on the docket? Well, that would be the trainer there at the bottom, and that is Picnic or Charlotte, which has a Ditto, like Anakin from Simon. Yeah. Anna Kiski, sure. Yeah, sorry. I kind of should have figured something like that, but yeah. First things first, I probably need to make a new export of my team. And I will also bring you over to my Calcon page. I'm gonna quickly make a new thing for myself as well. No, that's not what I wanted. This one is done, so now we're going to go to Route 114 is what we're going to go to, right? Route 114, perfect. Charlotte. That is that ready, and I'm going to quickly run an export. So my team is a bit more ready. I will be getting Berserker, of course. I will need to do some custom finagling here. Berserker. We'll be getting Iron Head, Foul Play, probably. I do lose out on Fake Out, and I could also get U-turn back, but Foul Play slash. I'll keep Night Slash, I guess, and like Iron Tail or something. I guess that's the moveset for now. I could get it Break Break. I could get it Secret Power. For now, I'm gonna keep it like this. Bergmite, which in and of itself already needs the update for the Avalugs. Avalug, Sui, and Avalug. They're gonna be on 54. 54. And they would get the moveset of Avalug would be getting Icicle Crash. Ooh, nice. Icicle Crash, Avalanche, Heavy Slam, and like, oh, this is the Hisui one, right? Yeah, well, whatever. You can probably get Rock Slide, something like that, and the normal Avalug would be getting Icicle Crash, Heavy Slam, Avalanche, and like Crunch, I guess? Something like that. Zoroark will be getting a little bit more, which is 54. Zoroark. We'll need to double check Avalug Hisui real quick. Probably get rid of Avalanche for Stone Edge. And I'll check Zoroark real quick. Who would be getting nothing important that's new. At worst, like knockoff. Right? That's really all it is. In terms of relevant move additions for Cow King. Dredagon. That's another one that I do still need to update. Dredagon. It'd have Dragon Claw, Chip Away. Now that would be Rock Climb. I'll keep Revenge, I guess, and Night Slash. I'll go. Yeah, I'm not gonna use Dragon Tail much, I wager. So I'll do that. Octillery is not gonna get anything new, I believe. Gunk Shot. Well, that's good. Good enough for me to say I'll get it over Bullet Seed 4 now. Because Gunk Shot, is it inaccurate? It is. With a Zoom Lens, you'd be fine. Caracosta. I'd get Liquidation, and that's it. I don't think I want that. I can also get Hydro Pump, I guess. I'll keep it as is. In the same vein, Raichu Alola. Gets Encore. Ooh, that is a real good move. I'd get rid of Thunder Punch for now, but mostly because of the fact that I could get it back. But for the sake of this, I'm just gonna get Thunder Punch. Crocodile at 54. Crocodile gets Knockoff as well. Ooh. That's gonna be an improvement on Crunch every single time. Almost every single time, at least. Pyroar is gonna get nothing. Then we're just gonna move on to Ampharos, who gets only Power Gem. I'm not gonna get Power Gem here. I don't think that's worth it. Executor Alola, that does get something good, I believe. Leaf Storm, that is definitely good. I'll get rid of Stun Spore for now, but I don't know if that's actually going to be the change I make. Arcanine Isui I already did, Breloom is done, Kingdra. Kingdra, what moves do you get? Kingdra. Hurricane. Only Hurricane. I'll get rid of Aurora Beam there. Mostly because I don't expect it to underdamage to be more worthwhile than Hurricane. But we will see in due time. And Talonflame gets Flare Blitz. Okay, that is definitely worth looking at. I think instead of Aerial Ace for now. There might be scenarios where you want to have the Aerial Ace, but I'll notice that when it comes up. Salazzle gets Dragon Pulse only. That is not worth looking at. Amoonguss. That will probably get something good, right? I hope. Toxic. Yep. I would get rid of Energy Ball there, so I can Toxic. Mamo I already did. Masquerain is done, Torterra is done, Dreadnought is done, Mightyhead is done, Orbital's done. That should be everyone then. Import. So, that's everyone updated. And that means we can go and take a look at what this fight holds. Dodrio is going to be the lead. And looking at it, I've got like a few options. Zoroark outspeeds and has a KO. Mamo will not have a KO. Arcanine is slower but cannot be killed and will KO with Rock Slide. Same goes for Dread. I think in this specific scenario, I would want to take the KO with maybe even Caracosta. I think I want to take the KO with either Caracosta or the Black Glasses Zoroark. Because the Mon that will switch in should be Ditto, I believe. Unless this is seeing a kill, which it won't. Black Glasses. Dark Pulse is arranged to kill the Leafeon, and for that reason it would not come in, it would be Ditto that comes in. Because that can never be killed thanks to the Sash. So Ditto comes in, will basically become my Zoroark with 132 HP. And thus click random Dark-type move, which I can just kind of handle with Crook. Or Breloom. Okay, maybe not Breloom. I think Crook is probably my best wall there. I don't know. Ditto. You basically want to have to take the kill against the Dodrio with something that you're not afraid of handling yourself. And I think the closest to not scared of is Caracosta, then. Give it a Heartstone and Rock Slide would KO the Dodrio. You'd not be afraid of anything. It would bait in the Leafeon, though. clicking Leaf Blade, which I can handle with Pyroar and Flamethrower for kill. That would bait in the Ditto last, but then all of a sudden Arcanine Hisui walls it hard. Yeah, I think those three just kind of work. You use Caveracosta against the Dodrio, Rock Slide will kill, and if it doesn't, Aqua Jet would finish it off. Actually, no, because the recoil, it will always kill. Leafeon comes in, sees a kill with Leaf Blade. You go to Pyroar, take the Leaf Blade, Flamethrower for kill. In comes Ditto, who's gonna transform into Pyroar. I'm gonna double check that I'm not afraid of my own Pyroar there. Not in the slightest. So I can just Rock Slide, Extreme Speed for kill. Okay, looks good. I don't even think I need to go beyond this one. It just bring these three and you can do it. Then let's go. I am, in fact, battle ready. Here we go. And I bring Hamilton, and I bring Flannery. I will need to level them up a bit, but that comes in due time. These three just kind of do everything you need them to do. They don't even need items, so we're just good. We only need to level them up real quick. There's like one teensy tiny thing you could choose to do, which is to have Grants learn like Hydro Pump or... I mean, in fairness, how often am I clicking Rock Slide? If I want to use Rock Slide, I'd use Dreadnought instead. So I think this is actually a Rock Slide remove. Wait, no, that would mean I don't no longer handle the Dodrio here, which was the main thing I wanted it to do. Knockoff, I think, is too valuable to keep, to delete, because Grant should be one of the mons that gets the most opportunities to click it, and while it's not the most damaging move, it doesn't need to be, right? You get rid of, like, some crucial item, some Lumberries, some... what's it again? Silver Powder, not Silver Powder, the Bright Powder, something like that, you know? I think this is where I delete Hydro Pump, but you know what? I'm just gonna get a second opinion on this one. Because I just don't know. I can see this being a Rock Slide remove, but I don't quite know. I already asked the question. I can take a look at what my stats are there real quick. Let me double check what it was. Where is Raichu Caracosta? Base, what was the stats again for Caracosta? And the follow-up. I think it's not going to be Hydro Pump. I will maybe get Liquidation. But instead of what? My personal thoughts on this are maybe over Rock Slide. Because I can see the Rock Slide damage. I think, like, my first instinct would be the Rock Slide. The utility I would get out of Rock Slide is more valuable than the utility out of Liquidation. So I think, like, generally, I think Knockoff is probably the best move here to keep. Aqua Jet is good to finish things off. And, like, it's slow as shit, so Aqua Jet is actually very good. I think Rock Slide... I think I'm gonna get rid of Rock Slide, actually, no, because of two reasons. I've got Hamilton, and I have Dread, so I think Rock Slide has two better uses. 3 if you count Crook. Liquidation is something I don't quite have anything of aside from Dread. And so I think there's a generally slightly more situation where you want to use Liquidation on Grand than Rock Slide. It would make the upcoming fight a little harder, but I think this is still correct. So we're gonna go for this. Okay, and Flannery is not gonna get anything here. It gets double... No, it just doesn't get anything here. Okay. Then I do need to double check if the changes I made are relevant. There is, of course, the Dodrio. But if I don't get Rock Slide, but I have Liquidation. Liquidation is a 2-hit KO, and Brave Bird is... not a 2-hit KO in return. And with Mystic Water in particular, Liquidation into Aqua Jet would just kill every single time. So we're good. It doesn't really, like, in general, I don't think it would have mattered anyway. So we can just kind of do this fight, and we can continue on our merry way. Double check that I have the right team. Yup. Did they need any items? They did not. So this is just gonna be a quick and easy 1v1. Double check that I have the right team, of course. Yeah, I do that 3 times because I'm just that much of a scaredy cat. Let's go. Not just a pretty face. Okay. Good for you, I guess. Charlotte is gonna lead with the Dojo. We're gonna lead with Grant. Grant here is gonna click Liquidation, while Dojo double edges or Brave Birds. Both are basically the same move into Grant. It doesn't really matter. He gets some recoil. We deal hefty damage with liquidation. And we Aqua Jet to finish it off. It might not kill. If it doesn't, whatever. But it does, so that's good. In comes the Leafeon, who clicks Leaf Blade. Flannery takes the Leaf Blade. Right? It's gonna Leaf Blade here, right? Yes. Because Leaf Blade sees a kill, so it was always gonna Leaf Blade there. And now, I don't know what it's gonna use, I don't care. Flamethrower outspeeds, KOs, next. Bye-bye. In comes the Ditto, who's gonna Imposter transform into Flannery. I can basically look if he can KO me. Technically, Hyper Voice crit would KO me. I'm just gonna switch to Hamilton, like I said it was going to. Take the Hyper Voice, which deals pitiful damage, and Rock Slide is, if it doesn't kill, it breaks the sash anyway, so yeah, we're good. Rock Slide, there's the sash, and we finish it off with an E-Speed. And that's this one done. That means we can go take a look at the next one already. Charlotte is defeated. The next fight is the guy down there. This is a safe person to talk to. That is Dragon Tail. Nice. Quickly do a heal. And then we're going to take a look at what can happen from here. I believe the answer is the next fight should also be decently simple, but we're going to take a look in detail in a little bit. First, let me show off the trainer battle itself. Because that is this one. Rich Boy Bra? What is that name? Whatever. Calking time. I'll not open a plan yet if I don't need to. Bra is gonna use Nidoking, Honchkrow, Mimikyu, Snorlax. On all, that looks kinda scary, but in practice I don't think it's gonna be. Let's go ahead and take a look. So, first things first. Nidoking is scary with its damage output, but if you can outspeed it and KO it, it's nothing to worry about. And in my case, I can. It's Crook, who high horsepowers and just finish it off in one shot. In doing so, it baits, I want to say Mimikyu, but I don't know if that's true. It could also be Honchkrow. I think it's Honchkrow instead, actually. I think I'm wrong, it's Honchkrow. So Honchkrow actually sees... It doesn't see now damage, but it could see a kill. No, it won't see a kill either, but it will be... Sorry, no, I am right. It is Mimikyu that comes in. Because Mimikyu will see a kill with Play Rough. Pyroar can actually handle it very well. He takes a Play Rough just fine. Can Will-O-Wisp it, can Incinerate it, and like Flamethrower after 2 Play Roughs will just kind of OHKO. So that deals with that 1v1. That will bait in Honchkrow. Clicking Superpower. And if I have a good switch in, which I can have in... I could have in Masquerade depending on the HP amount, but in practice I'm not going to be in there high enough HP for that to be relevant. So Honchkrow would come in unless... No, it will always be Honchkrow that comes in next. And I cannot handle it with Pyroar itself. Flannery will need to switch out to something, and preferably something that can take both a superpower and a Brave Bird. Raichu comes to mind. And then with Fake Out and Thunder Punch, Thunder Punch would kill, because either he gets Brave Bird Recoil or Superpower, so that would KO, and then Snorlax comes in. Will want to click Earthquake, because at worst, Surge will be at 75-ish%, so with a tiny bit of chip, I can guarantee he EQs. I can switch into something that can take it and deal hefty damage back. My first instinct would be Mamo with a Black Belt, maybe. With Black Belt, Superpower is a guaranteed KO, and he comes in EQ guaranteed, so that works. Yeah, these four should do the trick. Let's double check that and write it down as well. Sorry about this. That's my wife as well, might as well do that one. Whatever. That is for me to worry about later. Let's go over this one more time for myself. Krook outspeeds KO's Nidoking. Baits in Mimikyu, who sees a kill. Honchkrow will not see a kill, and even if it does, Mimikyu will see a fast kill. It's gonna click Play Rough to do so. And I have a very easy switch in Pyroar, who resists both of the moves Mimikyu can use, and 3 hit KOs with Flamethrower. That is not enough, because Play Rough crits, that could actually be not enough. So maybe I want like a bit more pivoting. Something like Talonflame, maybe? Talonflame could be like a switch in then instead. Or maybe even Salazzle could be the switch in. Baiting a ghost move, which I can switch to like Pyroar for maybe. Baiting Play Rough again, and can kind of go down the line that way until he's low enough to where Pyroar Actually, no. In doing that already, in doing that double pivot... Oh, 1v1s. Nido, Bates, Mimi, Switch, Salazzle. And while Salazzle cannot take the follow-up Shadow Claw safely, I can go to Pyroar. And then all of a sudden 3 KO is fine. Because I outspeed, so I'd only have to take 2 play roughs as opposed to 3, and therefore I'm never killed. The problem is mostly I could get into pursuit range, and I prefer not to, right? Maybe by switching to Talonflame once or something? Like, I basically want to see if I can bring it down to just 1. To just 1 play rough I'd have to take with Pyroar. Because if I can help that, if I can make that happen, I'm good. I'm guaranteed to be fine. Talonflame can be the solution there. Like, just bring 3 fire types. Because Pyroar baits play rough, which I can take with Salazzle, and I can kind of keep going back and forth until Salazzle slowly gets into play rough range. Once that happens, I can instead go to Talonflame and do some stalling that way. He also takes play roughs alright. And once the Mimikyu is below... below 60%, because then I use Wise Glasses. So I'd have to, like, do 4 pivots of those. Maybe I can do even more. Depends a bit on how it goes. Then eventually I can just kind of flamethrower for kill with Pyroar. Switch Pyroar, repeat until 4 LOs. Procs. I could continue, maybe, depends a bit on how the game state is going. I could instead choose to just kind of, you know, make it just die to its own life orb, effectively. But that is in due time. In come, repeat until 4 LO procs, KO with Pyroar, Flamethrower. In comes, because then I'd be at 60-ish%, right? And I'd only see Brave Bird or Superpower, because both will see a kill. I can go to Raichu on either. In comes Haunch, clicks Brave Bird Superpower. Raichu takes. T-Punch kills. In comes... I need to make sure that Superpower into EQ kills me. 104 and 42, so 146. So that would kill me. In comes Lax, clicks EQ. Is that always true? No, it could click Slam, or even Heat Crash at some point. But I can give a... Oh, I can't give a Cherry to Mamo then. Okay, so maybe something else. That doesn't work. Basically, can I guarantee an Earthquake bait? Or guarantee a Heat Crash bait? That might work too. I can even just use Krook, right? I can take the slam and just use avalanche and then superpower. Because I can take 2 crit body slams. Maybe even stomping. No, I stomping tantrum instead to guarantee I do some damage. And I give it a cherry, and like I can take 2 body slams. If he EQs, I can just superpower. No, I'd still stomping tantrum, just in case. Okay, that is a DC, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. Not that there's much left here, but I'm gonna quickly keep typing here. Please reconnect for me. Should reconnect any second now. Clicks EQ or random move. Mammo pivot. Stomping tantrums. Superpower. If parried. Pivot. Krook. And Krook can kind of finish the job instead. I hope. The one thing I could do is do a Krook pivot first. I can probably Krook pivot first. Do a Krook pivot, knock off like pivot Mammo. Give it a cherry, I intimidate it. And he's like always gonna body slam me. Like, even if he were to crit me, but as long as he doesn't crit me with body slam, I could just kind of stay in. If he does crit me, I can go to Mammo then, instead. Or maybe... I don't know, probably Talonflame is still high HP. Actually, because I only need 4 ticks of Play Rough, I don't need Talon. I will only need Salazzle, so I can switch in something else instead for the Snorlax. But because it's randomly Heat Crash, Breloom is not quite the option you'd want. But there is a solution there. Is there? Also, body press on Dread, maybe. Oh, that's a pivoting line I need. Actually, yeah. I go to Dreadnought on whatever, guarantee an Earthquake. Go to Mammo on the EQ, and then I'm guaranteed not paralyzed, and I can give it a Black Belt and a Oko with superpower. Yeah, it's in comes Lax, pivot Dread if needed. Pivot Mammo, Black Belt, superpowered Okos. Welcome back, everyone, by the way. Sorry for the little DC, sometimes that just kind of happens. But I think I've got a full line for Braw now that guarantees my safety on every turn. I Oko with Nidoking. Oko Nidoking. In comes a Mimikyu. It's gonna play rough. I go to Salazzle. 1 tick of Life Orb damage. Go to Pyroar. Pyroar's gonna need a Wise Glasses. Just write that down real quick. Anyway, but Mimikyu is gonna play rough. Then on the Salazzle, it's gonna Shadow Claw. I can go to Pyroar, who can take the Shadow Claw. Then I go back to Salazzle on the play rough, and I repeat that 4 times, so that it will be like at 60%. Then the Wise Glasses boosted Flamethrower will kill in 2 hits. I will only need to take 1 play rough. And even on a crit, that will at most deal 73. So I'd still be at like 55% HP. In comes Honchkrow, who will click probably always Superpower, probably Brave Bird. But never Pursuit, which is the main reason we do it this way. Superpower or Brave Bird will be a slow kill, and therefore we need to switch out. The switching out is going to be to Raichu, who either takes the Brave Bird and the recoil brings it in range for Thunder Punch, or it takes the Superpower and the -1 defense gets in range of Thunder Punch. Then finally, so we take that Oko, finally in comes the Snorlax, who's going to click EQ, or if it's a Brave Bird or a crit, Body Slam or Heat Crash, if it's guaranteed to not be a crit. Guaranteed to not be Body Slam or Heat Crash, we go straight to Mamo. If it is a chance to go to click Body Slam or Heat Crash, we go to Dreadnought, who can take everything. Guarantees an Earthquake bait because it deals over 50%. So we can go to Mamo on the EQ, and Superpower with a Black Belt boost is a guaranteed KO. This is safe every single turn. And that means we are ready to go, and we're gonna grab our team. Battle ready we are. Here we go. We want Roxy. We want Flannery. We don't want Hamilton. We want Clay. We want Lake. And who's still missing? That's Surge. And that is everyone. I'm gonna quickly equip the items I need to equip, which is a Wise Glasses on Flannery. Wise Glasses. And it is a Cherry Berry on Candace. Surge doesn't need an item. Wake doesn't need an item. Roxy doesn't need an item. Then here we go. I don't need to do any pre-damaging or whatever. So we're just good to go. There's the next fight. We do still need to give everyone their full level up moveset. And it's candy time. Clay is gonna get knockoff here at level 53, if I'm not mistaken. No, 54? 54, okay. Well, knockoff anyway. It's just an improvement on Crunch. It might even be, actually no, it's an improvement on Foul Play, probably. But I'm gonna get rid of Crunch, because I think Foul Play has more niche usages over knockoff than Crunch would have. Roxy is gonna get up to 50 to get Dragon Pulse. There's a tiny reason to get it, and I think there are very few moments where you're not clicking But I think there's too few moments where you're clicking it, right? You want it for Dragon type specifically, and I think at that point you're not clicking. Are you ever clicking Venoshock though over Sludge Bomb? It's sparse, but I definitely see that happening more. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of Dragon Pulse. It makes him a bit less flexible, but I think that's fine. 53 and 54, it's not going to get anything here, and Surge is going to get Encore here, which is an incredible move. But what in the world do I get rid of? It's Surf, because I'm going to get the Surf HM in due time. Surf is a good move. I don't mind missing out on it here. And that is everyone. Double check that I have the right lead, of course, as you usually do. Yup, Clay is the lead, and that means we're gonna go. Camping's fun. You can fish, roast marshmallows, and tell spooky stories. But best of all are the Pokemon battles. The ones you can definitely have in real life, too. Rich Boy Braw. What in the world is that name, once again? Anyway, he has a Nidoking as the lead, which is incredibly strong. It has a White Lance Sheer Force and has Thunder, Blizzard, and Lovely Kiss. Thankfully, Crocodile has a higher base speed and outspeeds by 2 points, meaning high horsepower here, outspeeds and kills Nidoking. That's one down. Then we're gonna see Mimikyu here. Yup. Mimikyu is gonna click Play Rough because it sees a kill most of the time. And in the rare scenarios where it doesn't, it will Will-O-Wisp. We hope to see Play Rough. We don't really care either way. Roxy comes in and takes whatever he's using. Will-O-Wisp, okay? So now we're gonna see Shadow Claw. We're gonna go to Flannery. Take the Shadow Claw. Flannery's immune. And therefore takes nothing from the Shadow Claw. This guarantees that Mimikyu clicks Play Rough again. So we're gonna go back to Roxy and have Mimikyu take the first bit of Life Orb Chip. We're gonna do this 3 more times. We want Mimikyu to be at exactly 60% of its HP. So you'll see a few switches, one more to Flannery on Shadow Claw. And now we're gonna go back. Roxy takes another Play Rough. And these are starting to slowly hurt, but it's whatever. He also takes more Life Orb Chip over time. Flannery comes in once again on the Shadow Claw. There is an alternative here, and I'm trying to see if that's actually worth looking into. I think in practice the answer is no, but you know what? I'm gonna go for it anyway. Because I will need to do Flamethrower twice at some point, so I'll do one here. Just have it done. Get rid of the disguise, basically. Mimikyu is gonna Play Rough me, which is annoying, but not a big deal. We are gonna switch back to Roxy. And Roxy is slowly getting low. Mimikyu has now taken 4 ticks of Life Orb Chip, so we're gonna need to do this one more time. Take another Shadow Claw. Take another Play Rough.
And now Mimikyu should be at 50% of its HP. Plus like 5. So it should be at 65 HP here exactly. Flannery comes in one last time. And it's going to Shadow Sneak because it sees that I can KO. And now I'm going to Flamethrower for the kill. Perfect. So now this baits in Honchkrow, who sees a fast kill with Superpower. As a matter of fact, at this HP amount, it's Superpower or Brave Bird, but it's much more likely to be Superpower. Surge can take both. We hope to see Superpower. That makes it easier, but it doesn't quite matter. There's Superpower, so that's good. And with Honchkrow now at -1, Thunder Punch is a guaranteed kill. Punch, goodbye. And finally, in comes Snorlax at 103 HP, which was actually, I believe, a min-roll on the Superpower, but even if it was, Snorlax here sees a guaranteed kill with Earthquake, and right now it's just Earthquake. So Candace can come in on the Earthquake, take it. Did I give this the black belt that I was going to? I don't think I did. I need to double check that. I gave it a Chesto? What? Okay, well, that's not a big deal. I've got ways around it. I'm gonna Stomping Tantrum here to do some chip. Hope I don't get Parrot to make it easy. I got crit, but not Parrot. Good. I almost goofed this up slightly, but Superpower here kills. And that's another one down. 8,800. I always am astounded by the sheer amount of money you get from rich boys. Anyway, out of curiosity, item fighter. Nope. No response. But we do get a max potion. An indication of what's to come. Probably not today, but definitely something that's coming up in a little bit. Do a quick heal. And we are going to go ahead and take a look at the next fight, which is a very quick one. Because there's only 2 Mons, and they're both water types. Fisherman. What was the name again? I forgot to look. Nolan. Let's go Kalkin. I doubt we'll be needing a plan here, so I'll do this. Milotic is the lead. Milotic is gonna has Scald, Ice Beam, Recover, and Mirror Coat. There is also a Starmie in the back with Hydro Pump, Psychic, Thunderbolt, and Grass Knot. That is a lot of damage. But I have a Zoroark that can take it down. And outspeeds. So with good pivots, I should be able to get him in. That said though, I need to be wary of Analytic, because I don't remember how the Analytic thing works. But I know there's a bug with it, because I saw something about that. AI always calcs Analytic boost. Okay, good to know. So I need to calc with 30% boost. Anyway, first off, we've got the Milotic, who I do just kind of wall with Kingdra. but I cannot really do much back. What alternate ideas do I have? Raichu, maybe. It guarantees it clicks Scald, I guess. And if I give this a Cherry Berry, I would 2 KO Milotic. And it's gonna it has a Lumberry. The one issue is that in return... Actually, no, it means I know the move that Starmie's gonna click, and it's Hydro Pump. Basically every time. Is that true? I would take 1 Scald, not a crit. I appreciate it, Hazel. Thank you. Anyway, Scald on a crit would deal up to 60%. And Psychic... See ya. Psychic if I'm switching out. So let's just say +1. It's gonna see no Psychic kills ever, so it's always gonna click Hydro Pump. So I do have a switching line that I can start setting up. I can go to... a good Water Resist. Executor Alola comes to mind. That does guarantee Psychic, actually. So I can go to Zoroark after and KO. Right? Am I missing something here? Raichu Alola. Thunder Punch kills. I get a Rost Berry to ensure that I don't die don't get afflicted by the bird. On a crit, the Scald will deal 85 damage. So I would be at 60. 60, yes. At 60 HP, an Analytic Boost Psychic will not see a kill, so only Hydro Pump is gonna be clicked. Because that will be the highest damaging move. I can go to Executor Alola every single time to take that Hydro Pump. That also means I guarantee see a Psychic a turn after. Zoroark can come in, outspeeds the Starmie, thanks to its hasty nature, and knock off Okos. Sucker Punch does too, Dark Pulse does too, it doesn't quite matter. Yeah, I think that that should just work. So I'm good. Thankfully, I'm aware of the little AI quirk there. Actually, that reminds me. Could I do it with Mightyena instead? No. Because even with black glasses, Sucker Punch is a range to kill only. So it has to be Zoroark. So it's time to level him up. And we also will be using Milo. And Search will be the lead. And this looks ready to go. Ready to go. Here we go. We want to make sure that we get the right items. I'll do that via the bag this time. And I will also be getting Zoroark at this point in time. I will be missing out on Night Days for a bit, but that's fine. Was there another reason to delay? I believe there was, but I need to double check that. Zoroark gets knockoff at 40. I lose out on Taunt. That is fine. I don't need Taunt quite yet. Nor do I need Memento. Knockoff. Knockoff is a really powerful move. More powerful than Dark Pulse. But I would prefer a special attacker for this specifically, I think. There is good reason to get knockoff, of course. The item removal is very good. Against a neutral target, knockoff would deal more than Dark Pulse, even though there is pretty hefty difference in stats. Surprisingly, I think I'll get rid of Torment. Good as it is, I think the situation where you'd want Torment are going to be very rare. That said though, I think I would want Memento, and I still need to get rid of something. And then it's a question of, do I get rid of Knockoff or Dark Pulse? Or maybe even Sucker Punch. I don't think it is Sucker Punch though. Even though Zoroark is incredibly fast with its high IVs and positive nature, having access to Sucker Punch is just that good. So then I'd get rid of Fake Tears instead from Memento. Is that really what I want to do? I think so. I don't think I'll get enough turns with Zoroark if I don't do this. There is Bryson Man fully evolved, and at 49 we're gonna get Memento, and I'm gonna get rid of Fake Tears, I think. Wait a second, it's Dark Aura. It shouldn't be Dark Aura. It doesn't quite matter. It doesn't matter though. Fake Tears. Yeah, I'll get rid of Fake Tears for Memento, I think. Fake Tears is good support. It's really good support in doubles in particular. To like get some KOs you otherwise wouldn't. And its fast speed would be useful for that. This is rough. I don't quite know what the best option is to get rid of. It feels like it should be Fake Tears, right? The problem is, in practice, Dark Pulse is going to be very hard to beat. Or Knockoff is going to be very hard to beat for Dark Pulse. It's mainly if you come against physically bulky mons. You know what? I'm gonna get another second opinion, because I genuinely don't know. It feels like it should be... I feel like it should be Fake Tears, but I can see every single move of these be like one you get rid of. In the meantime, let me... make sure that I give the information that could help. So here. Anyway, alright, with that question asked, like, my personal idea is get rid of either knockoff or dark pulls. And I think because I have Sucker Punch, I would first get rid of knockoff. But knockoff's utility feels that much better than dark pulls. Even though I'm kind of lacking in special attacking power. Like that is my consideration. There's also, like, in due time I get Night Days, which feels like a good move to replace Dark Pulse with. And I think that is a pretty narrow window where I need to, like, I have knockoff and not dark, like, I have dark pull, special, bleh. I've got special attacking power and no, you know what I mean. I'm missing special attacking power on this Mon. It'd be a pretty narrow window. I don't remember the level cap specifically. Let me check. It is... Flannery is 57, so I'd only get Night Days after Flannery, basically. So do I think I'll be needing that for Flannery specifically, and not Dark Pulse? I think the answer is no. I think I'll always click Knock over Dark Pulse, and I will reconsider once I get... yeah, and I will reconsider once I get Night Days, basically. I think that's the conclusion here. I think Fake Tears is too good of a move to ignore, even if I don't have any special attacking moves myself. It just kind of works well in tandem with everything, right? So yeah. And then 54, and Milo is also going to go up and gets Leaf Storm. This is where I could get rid of Stun Spore, or I get rid of Wood Hammer. I think the answer is a Wood Hammer. Because the main mons you want to use that against is physical... Like, the main mons you want to use grass type attackers against are, in this case, water type attackers. And, like, in general, rock and ground types, right? And those generally are more physically bulky than specially bulky. Actually, water types, that's not true. I guess the question more so is, do I click Stun Spore ever? And I think the answer to that is really no. But is it a move that I should be clicking? I think the answer there is also no, for the very simple reason that it's 90% accurate. It's very sparsely where I'm going to do that. I don't like inaccurate moves. It's what it boils down to. So I'm going to get rid of Stun Spore. And then we're going to get this to 54, and now we're ready. I don't need any items, if I'm not mistaken. Or did I? No, because... Yes, I know I did. I needed a Rostberry for you, for Surge. then we'll get rid of your item in the meantime. The 3 in the back are just not going to do anything here. And we should be good to go. So that's our next opponent. Fisherman Nolan. Surge is going to be our lead. Milo and Bryson Man are going to be in the back for the Starmie. And we should be just good to go. Let's get this going. I like to fish, but I also like to battle. Anyone challenges me, I'm here even if I'm fishing. Well, you're gonna be done fishing in a little bit. Or done battling at least. Milotic is the lead. Surge is gonna be the counter for that. We've got Thunder Punch, which is a 2 KO, and an outspeed, so I'm not afraid of recover. It's physical, so I'm not afraid of mirror code, which one of the moves can have. And I have a Rossberry, so I'm not afraid of Scald Burns. And therefore, Thunder Punch is always a 2 KO. I also wasn't afraid of Marvel Skill, because the Milotic here has a Lumberry. In comes the Starmie. Starmie here sees a kill with Hydro Pump only. Milo can take the Hydro Pump. As a matter of fact, I had a line where I needed to use... I was going to go to Zoroark and kill there. I don't need to. I could just leave Storm. Psychic on a crit will deal 114 and I could just kill. Okay, we're done. This was way harder than I thought it would need to be. Whatever. You know what I mean. This was way easier than I thought it would be. I made it way harder for myself. And that's another fight done. The one issue is now that I kind of made a choice for Zoroark that I didn't need to make, but whatever. It's not an issue, it's just commitment issues, I guess. Next one is a much harder fisherman because it has a rain team. Let's go ahead and show it off first before we go take a look at the calculating sheet. Fisherman Kai. I'll make sure that I didn't miss anything there. Okay. Fisherman Kai. Let's go and take a look at the team and at the fight. A Politoed, a Barraskewda, an Armaldo, and a Golisopod. So a lot of water power and some Swift Swim shenanigans. But the Politoed itself is not the issue here. Raichu Alola in particular with a Muscle Band, for example, I would say is gonna kill, but it's not going to. What we do know is that this fight is gonna be fully in the rain. So we've got a Swift Swim Barraskewda who is just gonna outspeed my entire team. Now, I do have a bit of a counter in Executor Alola. It quad resists water and is not afraid of the CC. Then there's the Armaldo. Stone Edge, X-Scissor, Liquidation, and Sword Dance. And then finally, there is the Golisopod, who has First Impression, Liquidation, Leech Life, and Aqua Jet. So all of these are scary. The Barraskewda the least so, because of the fact that I have the Executor. There's also, I was gonna say Zoroark with the Sucker Punch, but that's not true at all. So let's first take a look at the Politoed encounter, the Politoed 1v1. Breloom is a range to kill, and can just kill if I give them a, what is it called again, the Miracle Seed. That just KOs Seed Bomb with Seed Bomb, moving on. It will bait in. Golisopod, actually, who's gonna First Impression me. I can go to Talonflame on the First Impression, bait Aqua Jet, So then I can go to Executor, and I can, with a Wise Glasses, Dragon Pulse it. I outspeed, so it's not gonna Aqua Jet there. I will pivot it out with Dragon Pulse, so I'm good. That baits in Armaldo, who's gonna click X-Scissor. So I can switch in Dreadnought, for example, and Liquidation for the kill. That baits in Barraskewda, clicking CC or maybe Liquidation. And for that, I am in trouble. Maybe, depends. I have 3 grass types, basically. That's what it boils down to. And I have Talonflame as like a bait. I even have 1 extra grass type. And this one is much better here. Okay. I think it's just these 5. Going over it one by one. Politoed, outspeed KO'd by Breloom. Easy, next. I will be poisoned, so I guarantee see Psychic or Protect. But with the Miracle Seed, Breloom kills with Seed Bomb. Very easy, very clean, next. Breloom is out damaging the Armaldo, so Armaldo will not be brought in. Instead, it will be Golisopod, who does outdamage me, who will click First Impression or Leech Life. Talonflame can come in on that, and baits in Aqua Jet. After the First Impression or Aqua Jet chip, probably I should see a kill. Like, it should see a kill, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, that's not necessarily true. In fact, that is generally not guaranteed. If First Impression, like high rolls, maybe. It's always going to be a roll, basically. Because I will be at like 84% at minimum. So it's Liquidation or Aqua Jet, but most likely Liquidation. But because it's maybe Aqua Jet, I cannot keep Talonflame in. So I would switch to Executor Alola, who could take it. And it's gonna Dragon Pulse with the Wise Glasses to get the Golisopod out of there. That will then bait in the Armaldo, who sees a kill with X-Scissor, maybe. But in any case, it sees that I can kill with Leaf Storm, and therefore never click Sword Dance and always click X-Scissor. I can switch to Dreadnought on the X-Scissor. I can then use Liquidation to kill while he clicks Stone Edge. That will bait in the Barraskewda, clicking Random Move. I can go to Amoonguss on the Random Move and handle it just fine. If he flip turns for some reason, it's annoying, but whatever. If he clicks anything else, I'll be fine. The only issue could be like Liquidation defense drop, but if that happens, I can double switch to Executor, take the water move, and KO with Magical Leaf, basically. And then I have the Golisopod shenanigans again, and I can kind of repeat the situation I had before by going to Talonflame, back to Executor, and handle it from there. I think that works. I thought I had to sneeze. I evidently didn't. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's start writing, because I think it's time to do that. And this is a bit longer one, so it's probably a good idea to do so. Kai. And we need the font to go to 18. And that's everything. We're gonna Kai. Lead. Miracle Seed Loom. Okos with Seed Bomb. Right? So far, so good. And we can even guarantee that he doesn't click Protect by not going in pre-poisoned. We don't really need to be anyway, right? That will bait in Galissapod, who sees out damage, whereas Armaldo does not. Galiss. And Galissapod there is going to click a bug move, basically. Bug move. Pivot Talon. Baits water move. So we pivot Exec. And with Wise Glasses equipped, Wise Glasses, Pulse, switches out. Switches out Galiss. So emergency exit activates, and we're like, we need to see something new. In comes, like, for all intents and purposes, that should be Armaldo that comes in, I believe. Is there ever a scenario where it isn't? If Liquidation crits, 43, and I also get the defense drop? No, it's always gonna be Armaldo that comes in and clicks. And it always clicks X-Scissor, but it might not. And in the case it doesn't, I'll see how to handle it from there. Anyway, in comes Armaldo, clicks X-Scissor. That's basically if I'm at -1. After that crit liquidation. 43. No, it will always click X-Scissor. Pivot. I could do a pivot through Talonflame, but it's not necessary, right? Because I don't quite, like, Dreadnought doesn't really want to take the Stone Edge instead of the X-Scissor. And especially, it doesn't want to take the Liquidation instead of the Stone Edge. Instead of the X-Scissor. Pivot Dread. Oko with Liquidation. In comes Barraskewda, clicking CC. CC Liquidation. Pivot a Moon. If crit Liquidation. Pivot Exeg. Else Giga for kill. Giga Drain just kind of kills. Then finally in comes the Golisopod, who will see a kill with a bug move only, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, because I Giga Drain off one liquidation. It should only see a kill with a bug move. But what if it doesn't? What do I have as a backup option in the case it doesn't? I'd have Breloom. Breloom can take a first impression crit. And if I were to pre-poison it, and have the Miracle Seed still, Seed Bomb might not see a kill, but it's gonna go for a liquidation, a Leech Life after. Or maybe liquidation too, so it doesn't quite solve anything. Right? It doesn't solve anything at all. You kind of just want a guaranteed bait of a bug move. And I don't quite see, like, no, sorry, not a guaranteed bait of a bug move, a guaranteed bait of, like, either bug or water, right? So I would want to have that exec pivot, I think. Because then I guarantee see a bug move. And I'd have to take a liquidation, and then a close combat after. After having taken the Aqua Jet. No, the liquidation before. So I'd take one liquidation, two liquidation. Those combine to crit at like 50%. So I am still in range of a CC. I guess this is just an Moon pivot. Like, let a Moon handle it kinda line. I think. I just kinda hope to not see liquidation, I guess. Or, better put, I don't want to see flip turn. I don't have... I do have a way to guarantee a bug move, actually. 1 second. No, I don't. Because Leech Life crit will mean... Wait, no, it's still Kingdra, though. It's still Kingdra that I want to use instead of Exec, then. Because he can Hurricane. And in using that instead, I would bait Barraskewda first using CC. And guaranteed CC. So I can do a pivot from Talon to Exec on a water move. Granted, that could very well also be Flip Turn or even Aqua Jet. mask instead then? Not quite. That takes a bit too much from the bug moves. I have other bug resists. Yes, I do. I also have Salazzle. Why was I doing this again? Oh, to ensure that I don't see flip turn, but I cannot guarantee that. That said, though, I believe Kingdra just kind of 1v1s the Armaldo equally well to Dreadnought. Is that true? No, not necessarily. No, not at all, in fact. I needed to come in on Liquidation then. If that were to happen, I'd be fine, but otherwise I wouldn't be. Actually, even then, because I'd be at -1 and then a crit Stone Edge would actually kill me. So no, I need Dreadnought to do that. But Kingdra can still handle the Golisopod, and actually, no, the better way to handle it is probably to have... Once I've taken the first impression, I can kind of just handle it with Kingdra, because if I were to get crit leech lifed, that would heal him a lot though. No, so that doesn't quite work out either. So it would be the first mon like the first hit I do with Kingdra, Hurricane it. I can guarantee an Aqua Jet that turn, I guess. By pre-damaging Talon a tiny bit, I can guarantee that, sure. Oh wait, no, no, wait, I'm overcomplicating this. It's much easier than I think it is. Because what I have is, like, you go to Galis, you click who clicks the bug move, you pivot Talon, baits the water move, pivot Kingdra, and you click Hurricane. Because then every single time, Hurricane will pivot out Golisopod. I wouldn't want it to have Aurora Beam anymore anyway, right? No. Hurricane would then be a better move. There's very few moments where Aurora Beam would be better than Hurricane. So, pivot Kingdra, Hurricane. Switches out Galis. In comes Skuda. And Skuda is gonna click CC. I can take that with Amoonguss, and then the subsequent liquidation puts me at like 50-ish%. And Giga Drain would KO. I'd heal 128, so I'd heal 64. Could I keep myself out of liquidation CC crit range somehow? 57, 111, so 168. So I'd be at 169 HP. And then, at the lowest roll, I'd heal off liquidation in a little bit, basically, so I cannot guarantee that I don't see X-Scissor. That I don't see Sword Dance, I mean. But I don't think that matters. That doesn't matter, because if he's SDs or Stone Edges, it doesn't matter. Because Dreadnought will take 2 Stone Edges in either case. Or like a double power, or just a Stone Edge, and KO with Liquidation. Click CC, pivot the Moon, KOs with Giga Drain. In comes Armaldo barely outdamages me, right? So it would go to Armaldo. Though Galissapod would maybe see a fast kill instead. In comes Galiss or... No, because the Bug Gem would be consumed at that point. So, no, it will always be Armaldo that comes in. Because I outdamage the Galissapod, and I don't outdamage the Armaldo. In comes Armaldo. Pivot Dread, Oko with Liquidation. In comes Galiss. And Galiss will click Random Move, I think, between Liquidation and Leech Life and First Impression. But because the Bug Gem is gone, I could switch in Kingdra, guarantee a Bug move, go to Talon, go to Exec, and then Leaf Storm for the kill. Even if Leech Life crits, you would not be above 66%, and Leaf Storm with a Wise Glasses would KO. Or did I need... I could Muscle Band that instead, and I can give this the Miracle Seed as a little bit of insurance. So that means, yeah, 83%, so like only... I need a lot of shenanigans to go wrong then. So it's these 6 that handle it, yeah. In comes Galiss, clicks Random Move. Pivot Kingdra. Pivot Exec. Leaf Storm for kill. Is it now safer to go about it the other way around? Maybe. So that, like, Kingdra gets the final kill and Exec doesn't. That's also an option. Would that be safer? Not really. No, it wouldn't be. This is safer. Then this is gonna be the full team and we're good to go. We are battle ready. Let's get the team. I don't need any pre-damage, I only need a few items. I'm gonna get the 3 grass types. In Janine, Brassius, and Milo. I'm gonna get Claire. Wake is gonna stay, and I'm gonna get Faulkner. Alright, let's grab the items real quick. You have a raspberry that I can just kind of put in the bag. You've got wise glasses that I can just kind of put on Claire, I guess. No, I don't need to. What I'm going to do instead is going to give it a sharp beak. Where is a sharp beak? It's over here. Sharp beak, you are going to get the Miracle Seed, and you're going to get a Muscle Band. And that's it. I don't think any of these items are necessary, but they could be useful, basically. Do I have everyone healed? Yes, I don't have everyone leveled, though. So let's do that. Faulkner is going to go to 52, where I get Flare Blitz, and I think this is where I get rid of Aerial Ace, finally. Acrobatics is too good to pass up on in terms of damage. Aerial Ace is much worse. The reason to keep Aerial Ace is like guaranteeing hits and shit, right? But I still have the TM. I'm fine. There we go. And at 54 is not getting another move. Claire here is going to get Hurricane at 52, which is going to replace Aurora Beam. And Janine is going to get Toxic here at 52, which is going to be replacing Energy Ball. And that's it. And we're ready to go. Alright, there's our next fisherman. Fisherman Kai. We've got a lead of Brassias. Brassias is going to handle the first Mon, and from there we're going to see the rest of the rain team of Politoed, Barraskewda, Armaldo, and Golisopod. And we're going to handle it with all those water resists that we have. So here we go. Not even the big one, a huge one, I tell you. Kai, let's get this show on the road. Politoed. Politoed here has Drizzle and therefore sets up the rain. We don't really care, we're gonna Seed Bomb for kill. That's it down. Thank you, next. Next here is going to be Golisopod, who is the only one that outdamages me. Golisopod here is going to click a random bug move. Faulkner can take the bug move. And in taking that bug move, it consumes the bug gem, meaning the damage is on the bug side of things very much neutered. Flame Body makes this so much safer. As a matter of fact, does that change anything I want to do? Actually, no, it doesn't. I'm going to keep at it the same way I was going to. I'm going to go to Claire, who's going to take a random water move between Aqua Jet and Liquidation. Actually, no, it's going to take Liquidation. Okay. And now Kingdra is holding a sharp beak, and that therefore it's gonna Hurricane with a lot of damage. Actually, Golisopod saw that I could kill, and therefore it Aqua Jetted. And I Aqua Jet, and I Hurricane it for a lot. In fact, for a kill. Ooh. That makes the back half of this fight a bit safer, if it wasn't already. And in comes the Barraskewda? Yep, Barraskewda. Barraskewda here is going to click close combat every single time. Janine can take it. And if he paralyzes the Barraskewda, that'd be really good, but honestly, or sleeps it, honestly, it doesn't quite matter. Barraskewda is going to get, of course, okay, the poison. Poison is honestly the worst outcome of those three. It might change things a little bit, but I think they might change things in my favor. In any case, we're going to Giga Drain for the kill. Liquidation here is never going to kill, because a crit wouldn't even kill me. And Giga Drain will kill the Barraskewda very easily. It's incredibly frail, so yeah. That only leaves the Armaldo. And Armaldo here is going to click Stone Edge or Sword Stance. And that's the only choices it has. Wake can take a Stone Edge. In fact, it can take 2. It can also take a +2 Stone Edge. There's no difference. And Stone Edge cannot crit Wake thanks to its Shell Armor, Battle Armor, I don't remember which of the two it is. Anyway, and Liquidation is a clean OHKO. Stone Edge will do a lot, but not enough. And that's another one down. Kai, kindly get out of here. Let's quickly run back. We're gonna see another fisherman after this one. First, we're gonna do a quick heal. Here we are. And again, we are gonna very clearly see another fight upcoming, and let's go take a look at it. It is Fisherman Claude with Quillfish, Vaporeon, Clawitzer, and Polion. The Quillfish in particular looks scary thanks to Explosion. Vaporeon can sub Baton Pass, which is also annoying. Mega Launch or Clawitzer in general is just a lot of power. And finally, there's the Empoleon. It was just kind of good all around. Let's go take a look at the calc. I'm gonna quickly make a new tab for myself. Claude. There we go. So, where is my calculating page again? It is over here. Pardon me? Anyway, Quillfish is the lead, and there's a Vaporeon and Empoleon and Clawitzer in the back. The Clawitzer I can handle with Breloom if I can bring it in on anything but Aura Sphere. The Vaporeon I can also kind of handle with Breloom in the same vein if I can bring it in on anything, on specifically Scald, basically. And the Empoleon I will need a Black Belt specifically, but I can also OHKO the Empoleon. So, long story short, Breloom does a ton here. There's other ways. The Empoleon I can also handle with Torterra. The Vaporeon I can not handle with Torterra specifically. Actually, I cannot even handle it with Breloom because I'm outsped. I'm still calcing in rain. That's not good. The Vaporeon I can actually maybe kind of handle with Kingdra. Maybe. I'm also kind of looking at Raichu Alola, who can just kind of take whatever from the Vaporeon. Problem is... Actually, no. I do know what's going to come in after the Quillfish. So let's go about this. Let's start this right. Let's get Claude. And Raichu Alola, thanks to Fake Out and Psychic, outspeeds an Oka's Quillfish without it ever doing anything. So I don't ever need to be afraid of Explosion. Or Toxic Spikes, for that matter. Raichu Alola will bait in Clawitzer, who sees an outdamage with Dark Pulse. I can switch in Breloom on that and Seed Bomb for kill. That will bait in the Vaporeon, who sees an outspeed and like a fast kill, basically. The problem with the Vaporeon in particular is I don't quite see how to get a kill on it. I can switch to Salazzle on the Ice Beam, for example, and then Kingdra on the Scald. And it does kind of 1v1-ish. But it's not guaranteed. One's Quill. I'll quickly bring the calc up. Might as well. I feel like this guy keeps moving. Is it weird that I think that? Maybe because I keep moving it and the page behind it keeps moving. There we go. So far, Raichu 1v1's the Quillfish. Fake Out means it doesn't do anything. In comes the Clawitzer, who is gonna see an outdamage with Dark Pulse. I can go to Breloom on the Dark Pulse and just Seed Bomb for kill. And because Empoleon is outsped and KO'd, whereas Vaporeon outspeeds and KOs, Vaporeon comes in. And I have to basically find a way to switch so that I can kind of do damage myself. My grass types here are too slow. So they're not quite the option you want them to be. Raichu Alola also is too slow. And is kind of threatened by Scald. Not to mention Ice Beam freezes. So that's not quite the option I want either. Then there's Ampharos, who is slower, but Discharge does deal heavy damage. But then again, so does Scald. The final option worth pursuing, or at least worth looking at, would be Kingdra, I think. There's also Druddigon I can kind of see do something, but in practice probably not. And also Berserker, maybe. But in practice, no. Dread? No. Dread, maybe, actually. If I can get Dread in on an Ice Beam, which I can pre-poison it. Is that relevant? No, it's not. Because at -1, I do actually have a way around it. Through Breloom or Torterra. Right? And Breloom with that bit of chip will Oko. The problem is he could sub on the switch. So I'd have to make sure I switch out on a guaranteed Scald. Right? Which 2 ticks of poison does do, I guess. So pivot Dread on Ice Beam. Rock Tomb. I'd have to take 2 ticks of poison if I pre-poison. Scald and Ice Beam will happen. Not in that order. So I take 127. And the poison would be 20 damage, so 40 more. So I think it's exactly a kill on the max rolls. Yeah, it is. But not with an Orin. Alternatively, I could not pre-poison it. Because I don't mind if it subs as long as I don't get burned. And if I do get burned, that means nothing, actually. No, I will Rock Tomb it very easily. Because I outspeed for the Rock Tomb, actually. The main issue is I don't want to switch out on the substitute. And if it's at -1, I cannot guarantee anything. Is there a way for me to maybe make it happen with Raichu Alola instead? Definitely maybe. It's much less of an issue if that switches in on a sub. So I'd Rock Slide maybe? Rock Slide once. Rock Slide twice. And if he happens to be burnt, is that an issue then? No. I think if I can make it so I guarantee a Scald, which is like getting below 50, or like 46.7, so 46. I guarantee Scald, and if I can switch out easily to Breloom, and if it cannot, that means he's subbed up a bunch of times, and therefore I can switch in safely to Raichu. In any case, one of those two will get the kill then. And that means I see Empoleon last. It's gonna EQ if it's Raichu. Or maybe Waterfall. Depends a bit on its HP. In any case, I can switch in Torterra just fine and EQ for kill. Yeah. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. We're back though. I was busy finishing off this line, but I think it is done. I think it should be cooked to completion. Oh man. Starting to get a little bit ill, so... yeah. Anyway, the idea was we pivot Dread in on the Ice Beam. We give it an Aspir Berry as insurance. We Rock Tomb, we Rock Tomb, we Rock Tomb. We Rock Tomb once, and then we Rock Slide. And if Vaporeon is getting low, without me being guaranteed a Scald, we switch to Raichu. We'll be holding a Rostberry. If low without seeing kill. Pivot Raichu. And if it already sees a kill with Scald, pivot Loom. Breloom can take it. It's pre-poisoned anyway. Like it should be pre-poisoned every single time. And C-Bomb will be a kill. Bombs, T-Punch kills. And Seed Bomb kills on Breloom. With the the little bit of chip you should already be getting, it's basically should be good. And then all that remains is Empoleon. Wait. I say that, but isn't Breloom already pre-damaged from the Dark Pulse? It's gonna be at 50. It's gonna be at worst at like 75% though. 70%. So it can take a Scald just fine. And if the Breloom is still in, we give it then Black Belt, Brick Break will KO, and if it's not the Breloom that's in, we can switch to Torterra, who can KO instead. In comes Empoleon, Black Belt, Brick Break kills, else Pivot, Tort, EQ kills. Yeah, I think this is good. And that means we are ready for another fight. That one. Let's get the team. Which comprises of Ramos, Surge, Brassius, and Wake. And I don't need anyone else. If I would want anyone else, it's probably gonna be Milo. And I guess Claire. Let's give everyone their required items, which is a Black Belt for you. Miracle Seed is not necessary anywhere. Sharp Beak is not necessary. We're gonna give you the Rostberry. We're gonna give you an Asperberry. And we're gonna give Ramos nothing. Actually, there's also the alternative of using Torterra instead, but Torterra cannot come in can come in on Scald equally well. In a case I want to do that, I will just give it a Rostberry as well. It shouldn't need one, but you know, might as well have it. And that means we are ready for another one. Quickly do a heal. Or a heal or save, I mean. And I, of course, need to pre-poison Brassius, and he's in slot 2, so pre-poison 2. And right now, there he is. Surge is our lead, and we should be good. Here we are. Fisherman Claude, our next opponent, and we are ready to go with the lead. Double check that it's correct. Surge, yep, that is correct. And then here we go. If we were fishing, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. I believe that. But I'm not here to fish. I'm here to battle. And in particular, I'm going to lead against your Quillfish with my Alolan Raichu, who has Fake Out into Psychic for a clean 2-hit KO against Quillfish, while Quillfish cannot do anything to me. Fake Out. Psychic. Bye-bye. There we go. in comes the Clawitzer, who's gonna click Dark Pulse. Brassius can take that, and has a clean Oko with C-Bomb. Okay. Get a bit of Poison Heal in, and C-Bomb KOs. And that's Clawitzer down. This will bait in the Vaporeon, who sees a kill with Ice Beam. While Brassius is at a pretty healthy 115 HP. Now Seed Bomb is arranged to kill, but even if it wasn't, Vaporeon outspeeds me, so I need to get out of dodge, go to Wake, who can take the Ice Beam just fine. We got an Aspir Berry in case of a freeze. And it pays dividends. So that's good. We are going to Rock Tomb. Mostly as insurance. A crit is a really nice addition. And Vaporeon clicks Scald. Alright. That means we are now in Scald range. And that means we have to switch Wake out. And we're going to go back to Brassius, who now at -1, with Vaporeon at -1, outspeeds the Vaporeon here. It's going to click Scald. It's going to do a bit of damage, but not enough. And with a tiny bit of chip, C-Bomb would already be dead. C-Bomb would already be enough. But here, of course, there's more than enough chip, so C-Bomb says bye-bye. That's Vaporeon down, and finally we get Empoleon right here. We get a bit of healing from the Poison Heal, of course. And with the equipped Black Belt, I'm going to double check that I have that, because I don't want this to be wrong. Yep. And with the equipped Black Belt, Brick Break is a guaranteed Oko. Empoleon sees that and therefore protects. I guess, I don't know, just kind of stall me. I guess me being poisoned is technically incentive for it to click Protect. It doesn't quite matter, Brick Break is a one-hit KO. Especially when it crits. And there we go, that's another fight down. If we were fishing, you would have won. Yep, I believe that. And there's our next fight, and I think it might be the last one for today. It depends a bit on what's after. Quickly get ourselves back to the center to heal. And we're going to take a look at the next fight, which is against Kindler Bernie. Har har burn, get it? Anyway, Kindler Bernie has the Rotom Heat, a Simisear, a Skuntank, and a Dredagon. In the meantime, I'm quickly setting up a new tab to work with. And that should do. And that means I can bring you on over to the calculating sheet. The calculating sheet in which I will slowly get this going. First off, we have the Rotom Heat. I already saw a little bit of yellow over here, and I kind of figured Arcanine Hisui would be very useful here. Rock Slide is a range to kill, but with a Heartstone, it's a guaranteed kill. It's outspeeds and Okos, so Hark, outspeeds, and Okos. Rotom Heat. This is gonna bait in Simisear, I guess? No, Simisear is not that damaging. But it's still Simisear. And Simisear is going to click Focus Blast or Substitute. Why is Simisear coming in then if it's OHKO'd by Rock Slide? Well, it's the only thing that outspeeds. And nothing out damages. So, yeah. The one teensy tiny issue is what comes after, but that is in due time. For now, in comes Simisear, Rock Slide kills. I do need to check if I want to say if Skuntank had Pursuit. It doesn't, so no worries there. Hearthstone, Hark. I can already show you my calcing page. My plan page. Kills. Focus Blast doesn't. That's really all it is. Granted, there is a tiny issue. And that is if Simisear clicks Substitute 3 times in a row. So minus 72, so he'd be at 75. If Simisear somehow clicks Substitute 3 times in a row, I could be in trouble. I would not be, actually, no. Because that means he is at, let me say correctly, he would be at 39 HP and E-Speed would be a kill. So I wouldn't be in trouble. So either he clicks Focus Blast at some point, or he clicks Substitute 3 times in a row. If the former happens, Rock Slide kills. If the latter happens, Extreme Speed should kill. And if it doesn't, that means he got a defense boost and I can Rock Slide safely. If Starf activates, hit E-Speed unless defense boost, then slide. That does the trick. From there, in should come the Skuntank, actually, who will click Knockoff, probably Knockoff, maybe Random Move, including Explosion. If it's Random Move, I see. Oh dear. I think the best switch in would be Dread. Because Dread can take the knockoff, can take the Sludge Bomb, and is not afraid of Boom. And I can then, like, Rock Tomb. There's also the option of going to Krook, but then I'm wary of a crit Boom, right? Furthermore, is it not... Would I be scared of anything else? I think in general, what I want to happen what I would want to happen, basically, I think, is that you'd prefer to have Skuntank in last, right? So is there a way for me to bait the Skuntank? Or bait the Drudigon before the Skuntank? And the answer is maybe? Potentially. Because Explosion, of course, isn't factored in. So if it can have something in that can just kind of handle the Simisear just fine, which I don't know what that is quite yet. Salazzle, maybe? Salazzle honestly works really well there. Because if it comes in on a sub, you Sludge Bomb, Toxic Sludge Bomb, Toxic Venoshock. You'd take 2 Fire Blasts. But at that point, you'd bait Skuntank. Otherwise, you'd come in on a Focus Blast, and if it brings you to -1, you'd be in trouble. So that's not an option either. Raichu Alola, maybe? Comes in on Focus Blast just fine, can Fake Out for some chip. Baits Fire Blast. Do we have something to take the Fire Blast, maybe? Talon? Kingdra? Talon generally works. Problem is, Raichu's not really a safe switch in. Maybe with a Silk Scarf? No. All that fails to see that Skuntank would be the thing that comes out against Raichu, but that's not the point. You want a way to you want a way to bait the Skuntank last, basically. Pardon me. And if you can do that, Crocodile can come in and Oko it with high horsepower. Alternatively, you want something that guarantees a kill, so you can safely switch in Crook. And one of those two ways should be possible, I think. I think. Because you can kind of flamethrower once. I mean, I guess if I'm at full HP, right? No, but then I have a Heartstone, and I don't want to lose that Heartstone. That's the problem. And I do need that Heartstone. Otherwise, I am only in a I only have a range to kill the Rotom. And if I don't Oko it, Yeah, I cannot do this if I don't Oko it. So it does need to be Arcanine and Sui that takes the first kill. And then again, Simisear. Okay, I will see Focus Blast turn 1. I can make it so I guarantee Focus Blast turn 1, I guess. So then I can fake out with Raichu. But I would need a Fighting Resist. Okay, that might be an option, because if I guarantee a Focus Blast turn 1, after, like, upon the switch in, I can switch in a Resist that baits a Fire move. My first example would be Orbeetle. The alternative would be Masquerain, but there's not much of a difference between the two. Masquerain is just easier because you don't need to pre-damage. So Masquerain baits Focus Blast, takes Focus Blast, baits Fire Blast. Kingdra takes Fire Blast, baits Focus Blast again, but Octazooka is a kill. And then, unless Fire Blast and Focus Blast both crit, I'd bait in Druddigon first, clicking a Dragon move. I think Torch can come in on a Dragon Rush, and 2-KO with EQ. Give it a Cherry to guarantee everything. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works. If I'm not mistaken. So, in comes Simisear. We pre-damage Arc to 94 HP. In comes Simisear, clicks Focus Blast, Pivot Mask, Pivot Kingdra, and unless somehow Sludge Bomb will see a kill, at which point it doesn't matter anymore, in comes Druddigon first. Because it will see a slow kill with Dragon Rush. Oko with, what was it? Double check. Waterfall. But then I'm still in that substitute shenanigans. And if he gets a special attack boost again, I'd be in trouble. So I need to do it some other way. Yeah, because this doesn't quite work out, right?
I could... I guess I need to take the kill with Pursuing Arcanine then. And just hopefully not see... Like, hopefully have him just see the kill. And if he doesn't, I will need something of a backup plan. And I think my backup plan is switch to Dreadnought, who can kind of 1v1 it decently well. Takes the knockoff alright. Like, it's afraid of Boom, but because of Rock Tomb, I don't think I need to be. As long as I take only 2, like, I need to take 2 knockoffs before Boom becomes scary. And at that point, I would be able to kill. With the Rock Tomb into Liquidation, I would kill. Yeah, I think that's fine, because double checking, I would switch from Pursuing Arcanine, who would either see, like, there's a kill with knockoff, or maybe even a random move, or he's just gonna click between knockoff and boom. If he booms on Dreadnought, that's fine. If he knockoffs on Dreadnought, that's fine. I Rock Tomb once. No, I'm gonna go to Costa first. I'm gonna go to Dread first, who can Rock Tomb once, take 2 knockoffs, at which point I am in a range of explosion, unless it was 2 minerals. Actually, I will just Liquidation then, right? Because if I Liquidation, he'd be at worst at like 50. That means he's already much more likely to boom on me. So I'd switch to Costa then. Take the knock. Bait the boom. I'd protect the turn. I'd Aqua Jet. Or no, I'd Rock Slide and then I'd Aqua Jet. Something like that. If knock crits into boom crit, I'd still have it dead though. So that doesn't work quite how I want it either. The only way to make it safe is to bait a kill some other way. If I were to get crit focus blasted, I'd at most be at worst be at 15 HP. Fire Blast will never do that. And I say 15, I think it's even 16. And I miscounted. No, it's 15. Anyway, that means that I will never see Fire Blast, I would always see Knockoff or Sludge Bomb. So I could pivot in. Yeah, but if that's not the case, that it sees a kill, which I cannot guarantee. Besides, there's a special defense drop which could bait Fire Blast. All of these combine to basically make this very weird. You'd prefer to take the kill on
Simisear differently, basically. My first instinct would be like go to Talonflame and handle it with Talonflame. But if I get Focus Blast crit into put me down to -1 special defense, then Fire Blast crit would kill me. And I cannot afford that. So then maybe get the kill with a water move, like one of the other two water types. Costa is an option maybe? Where is Costa? There it is. It isn't per se. The problem is mostly how do you get it out of, like, in range, while keeping it out of starf range, and not behind a sub. All those three combined are very difficult. Dread is the safest switch in. Rock Tomb would hurt. And Dread can take all three. And if it's at -1, -1 speed. I cannot guarantee a kill, and I cannot guarantee my safety. The closest to potential safety I can get is to lead with Caracosta instead. Click Aqua Jet, I guess. Or Rock Slide. Click Protect subsequently. This Rock Slide would bring it down to like 60. What is the explosion AI there, actually? Explosion. If AI Mon is less than 66%, it's a 50-50 to be set plus 7. Okay. The problem is mostly that, like, crit knockoff into crit explosion could kill me on Caracosta. And a crit on explosion will see a kill too. Not that that matters. There's also Avalug, which I guess can switch in alright. Baiting the Fire Blast, which Crook can take, and therefore outspeeds and kills. To that end, like, it's basically, if I can get it to bait, if I can get a non-boom bait, that's really what you want to happen. Want to have happen. Because then I can bring in Crook safely and Oko. But up until that point, I cannot guarantee anything. Trying to think. There just kind of is no way, huh? Then it has to be something else that takes the kill. I guess Zoroark, maybe? But it has to come in acrobatics specifically, which I don't think I can guarantee. I don't have a good fighting type to do that. Because grass types are weak to both. And Fire Blast is stab, you know? That substitute AI is really annoying. If I can just guarantee Focus Blast, I'm fine. Because then all of a sudden, there is a slow kill from Druddigon, and I'm fine. Wait. There are 3 ways this can go, right? If I were to stay in with Arcanine, there's 3 ways it could go. 1, I take one normal Focus Blast, and I mean like somewhere between 49 and 39% HP. Dragon Rush will always see a kill then. And nothing on Skuntank's moves at will. It misses, or I have that whole extreme speed shenanigans, and I'm like at full HP. Then Skuntank will come in, and I can just kind of handle it with Arcanine Hisui itself. No, I can... Right, no, I cannot because of the fact that I don't want it to click a knockoff on the Hearthstone. It doesn't have Surf, it has Encore. No. Berserker, maybe? No, because it doesn't have Fake Out. How do you deny the boom? I was like... Because that second scenario, I'm at full HP. I cannot 1v1 the Scun tank, and it will knock off on me if it doesn't explode. So I cannot guarantee a knockoff. What I can do, however... is I can Encore Simisear into Focus Blast, of course. And in doing that, I have safe switches. So like, Salazzle or Talonflame or Masquerain even. How long does Encore last? Three turns. So I'd switch out, I'd hit, and I can do 2 moves. Because I can guarantee Focus Blast for 5 turns, could Raichu Alola just kinda 1v1? Maybe. Is there something that can do it better? Maybe as well. I was gonna say Orbeetle, but not quite. Salazzle, maybe. But if crit Focus Blast into Defense Drop, Special Defense Drop would actually be troublesome. Maybe Talonflame? Crit Focus Blast into Special Defense Drop. I could take 2 Focus Blasts then. But if he gets the... He could get the Special Attack boost, of course. But that would be after the second one, so that is actually scary too. So that doesn't work. Could Tort maybe do it? He can take a Focus Blast into a -1 Focus Blast, and EQs for kill. And in having him as the next one, I bait a Fire Blast from Skuntank basically every time. Unless everything misses, but at that point... I can just kinda... switch to one of the Water Rock types, right? Because Focus Blast does have a chance to miss. Yeah. So if both miss and I'd be at full HP. Like, there's definitely a chance it booms. And I cannot afford that. So I'd have to switch in Dread on the Fire Blast or the Boom. But in having it take the Fire Blast instead, I can in fact take Fire Blast, knock off Boom every single time. As long as I don't get burnt, actually. Which is also an issue I'd have to prop up then. Could the Caracosta be doing better then? Not really. So Tort was an option, but maybe it's not the right option. The Mungus isn't. I don't really have good fighting resists that can actually handle it all too well. I guess Masquerain? Masquerain could work. It'd have to take 2 Focus Blasts, and Air Slash would be problematic. With a Sharp Beak, it would be a 2-hit KO, but it could get the special defense boost, at which point I would be in trouble. Though at that point, the berry would be consumed. He'd be at minus +2 special defense. He'd be at like 46% or so. And he would still never acrobatics. He'd always fire blast, so I could go to Arcanine Sui at that point and E-speed it for the kill. Or maybe do the same pivoting line as before. Because if he gets a special attack boost, that's whatever. Right? And I can give it the Sharp Beak to guarantee a 2-hit KO if it's not the special defense boost. Yeah. If it's a special attack boost, then Focus Blast, crit, Focus Blast, 25, -1, and +2. 77 and 25, so 102. So I could be at 103 HP and be fine. Kind of, because if he gets a special defense boost, I'd still be in trouble. But at that point, can I do something else, maybe? I don't even know. You kind of want to break through beforehand, is the thing. But I don't have the tools to do that. Kingdra is not an option, because of crits and special defense drops. Torterra is an option, pardon me, but I cannot guarantee my safety while still baiting a guaranteed Fire Blast. Krook is not an option because it cannot take the Focus Blast. And Orbital is not the option either because of the fact that while the Focus Blast would not hurt me whatsoever, I'd still have that same issue with the whole psychic, or the getting low, whatever. I'd still not bait a guaranteed move here, basically. I can still bait either Knockoff or Fire Blast while still baiting Explosion, potentially. Is that true, actually? I don't think it is anymore. If I use Orbital. I mean, at that point, just use Raichu, no? You can take a couple Fire Blasts, and then Thunder Punch. Like, fake out, Encore, Thunder Punch, Psychic, and then, like, if it's like either Thunder Punch again or Psychic depending on what happens. I have to come in on a Focus Blast, take a -1 Focus Blast, take a -2 Focus Blast, yeah, so even then there's still odds of me getting KO'd. But I can guarantee a knockoff then, at least. I just get like Wise Glasses. Or probably Muscle Band instead. Maybe an Orange, something like that. Yeah. Pivot, right shoot A. Fake out Encore. It's a Focus Blast because you pre-damage Sui Arcanine to 94 to guarantee the Focus Blast. And then you need to leverage that into like a victory. And I don't quite see how to do that. Actually, I think I do. Because you fake out, you Encore, you fake out, you Encore, you switch out, you switch back in, you fake out, you Encore again. But there is a chance you put it into Gluttony range with crits. And another Fighting Resist. Talon, but Talon is not actually safe. Could I bait Acrobatics? Maybe. I cannot, so that's not an option either. I could bait it into Fire Blast, maybe. But if I get the special defense drop, I'd be in trouble. Not to mention, crit into crit is a kill. So that's not an option. So I'd have to bait him into Focus Blast. And I guess my best bet would be Torterra from there. And if I am at full HP, I will be in trouble, but in every other scenario, I should be fine. Not to mention, I could then switch pretty safely to Costa on the Fire Blast. I don't have Rock Slide, I have Liquidation. Liquidation for some decent damage. Protect to bait the explosion. Which is a 40% chance. Switch to Dread, who can take it as well as the knockoff or Sludge Bomb I would see instead. And then after the first liquidation, that liquidation wouldn't kill, but it's very close. I could do it the opposite, opposite order, and then it works just as fine. No, it doesn't, because I can switch in Dreadnought on a knockoff. I cannot switch in Cost on a knockoff in fear of crits. If only I could guarantee a fire move. Or, like, anything but explosion. I guess I could switch in Amoonguss on the Focus Blast, Toxic it. And then I have like a guaranteed timer, right? We still can't guarantee the right switch in. But you could... If I can get the KO with Talon on like decent HP, I can guarantee the right switch in. So I think if I do it like this, like do a fake out into the Ritual, like into the Simisear for 17%, Toxic it, yeah, which would deal 6 and 12%, so 18. So I'd have him at 35%. I could switch in Talon on what would be switch, no, like Encore 2, switch out Encore 3. So I'd have him only take a Focus Blast, and then Acrobatics would be a kill, guaranteed after Poison Chip. And if I give a Silk Scarf maybe as that tiny bit extra to guarantee it's before. I need to look at the exact damage then. But if I give this a Silk Scarf, I'd see 29 damage, and on a crit I would not deal enough. The problem is that that would be... No, I would also not bring him into Starve range. That's perfect. That's it. I think. I need to double check this, but I think that works with a calculator. Actually, I will use that other Nuzlocking thing. I have... this. There we go, and if I go to this guy, Bernie, let's go against the Arcanine Hisui, or against the Simisear. I would see Focus Blast into Raichu-Alola. I'd take a Fake Out with the Silk Scarf. I would see 24 to 43 damage according to this one, which is way different than what I have over here. Is it not? 52 I have over here. Do I have the right Mons? Yep, I do. Oh, that's because this one is not at 54 yet. Okay. So I'd see 29 to 52. If it's 52 ideal, he'd be at 64. I would encore, I would go to I would go to Amoongus, I would Toxic. Meaning he is now badly poisoned. And he'd take, what is that, 147 divided by 16? 9, and then 18, so 27. He'd be at 68 HP, which is below. Okay, that doesn't quite work then. Because if he then gets a speed boost, I'd be in trouble. I think. Is that true? It doesn't have to be. So I can then go back to Raichu, fake out again, and he would take 27 from the poison, and he would Fire Blast, but he could be boosted. But he would always Fire Blast, and even a +2 Arcanine Sui at 94 HP would live it. And that would bait in Skuntank, who sees a kill. Which doesn't help because it won't necessarily see a kill. Besides, the Fire Blast could miss. So all this to say it didn't quite work out. Maybe if I don't use the Silk Scarf instead? Then at most I'd see 45. And then 27 more would be 75, so he'd be above. It's the Starf range. However, if it were to be a low roll on Fake Out, and then a 27, he'd be at 95. And I cannot guarantee that Talon isn't taking Focus Blast twice. Right? I'd take Focus Blast and then Fire Blast. I cannot guarantee it. I'm like 2 HP short. Wait, Muscle Band. Maybe Muscle Band as like the middle ground. Because that means the HP I take from Fake Out would be at minimum 120. And at maximum it'd be 48. And then 27 below it would be 72. Okay, I'd still be below. Okay, so Muscle Band is also too much. So Toxic is not the option. Is there an alternate option? Maybe. None that I see. So this line doesn't quite work out the way I was hoping. I think it's time to go back here. Okay. So what can I leverage with the Focus Blast Encore? If I don't fake out, I'm not doing enough. If I fake out 2 ticks of poison without a muscle band, without any boosting, I would be above. It would be above 50 HP, 50% HP. So maybe with the Wise Glasses, right? You could take the kill with a Psychic. No, but he'd be out of. He would no longer be. He wouldn't be clicking the Focus Blast anymore when Raichu comes back in. But what I could do instead is Encore it again. Get back to Amoonguss. And then kill it with Sludge Bomb. Or I just KO it with Sludge Bomb after the Toxic. Because Focus Blast crit is 27.4, so 54. And then I'd be at -1. And if he gets the special attack boost, Focus Blast would be a kill. Never mind. So that's not the option I would want either. Yeah, I cannot guarantee safety there. Not ever. That Toxic line kind of works with the Talonflame. Except if he gets a defense boost. But at that point, I could Roost. And just kind of stall. Because I would then do that fake out, Toxic. Fake out, Encore, switch, Toxic, switch. Get in on the Focus Blast. If it were to be a crit, I'd take 54. And I'd go to -1. And he would be able to Fire Blast me, which on a crit would kill me still. If he gets the speed boost. But if he gets the speed boost, he is guaranteed to Fire Blast because he'd be like below. And I can circumvent. No, wait. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. No, it's not. I guess I have to gamble on that range, then? I don't like doing that, though. But if I do that, if I manage to gamble on the range, which is very, very close to always working, it really... I need, like, the fake out to not be a min roll, and the acrobatics to not also be a min roll, and also the focus blast to not... Sorry. Jeez. To not have the focus blast and the fire blast that come after be crits, or the special attack or to have a special attack boost from the Starf, while also I get a defense reduction. Right? I think all those kind of need to go together. There's a lot of things that need to go wrong for this to be an unsafe line. Because from there, I can just kind of... Druddigon will be using Dragon Rush. Tort can take it. And also take the Glare. Earthquake, Earthquake, kill. Alternatively, Earthquake pivots to Krook on the Dragon Rush, which will never kill. And kill with Krook from there using probably high horsepower. That is risky again, because of the fact that because of the aftermath. So then the question is, can I actually switch in Krook on everything with Gun Tank? Yes. I just need to give it a Rawstberry for fire move. All this without even considering the fact that Dragon Rush could just see a kill. And if it does, I'm just kind of fine to begin with. Because I take a... No, it wouldn't... It generally shouldn't see a kill, though. Is there a better way to combat the Druddigon, maybe? Like, it works fine, but... Something like Kingdra comes to mind, but not really. Yeah, no, it is Torterra that would be the best option there. I just have to make sure it doesn't come in on Glare. Which I can kind of guarantee. Because I can just roost the first turn with Talonflame. If he glares, I'm fine. If he Dragon Rushes, I'm also fine. Because then he guarantees clicks Dragon Rush again. And I should be outside of the crit range if I'm... Because either I'm in range of Dragon Rush, or I'm not, but that means I can roost and get to full and not be dead to crit Dragon Rush. Besides, I can come in on an Iron Head as well, if that were to happen through the crit. Though then it's also maybe Flamethrower, and then I would be in trouble. Flamethrower would not be the move I'd like to see. But I think this is the safest I can come up with right now. It just feels very volatile with the whole Simisear shenanigans thing. But there's not really a better way to get myself out of there. So I bait the Focus Blast with Hark, with Hamilton. Raichu takes it. Fake Outs, Encores switches to Amoonguss, who also takes the Focus Blast. That's number 2. I click Toxic. I could also not click Fake Out and have it, like, have there be 3 Toxic procs. Then I'm guaranteed, like, an HP amount. It would be, let me double check, 147 divided by 16. 147 divided by 16. 9 plus 18 plus 27, so 54. 93 HP he'd be at. And that is exactly enough for Talonflame. Wait, that works. So I just stall a turn. And I stall that turn with Amoonguss instead, using Synthesis. And then I go to Talonflame. And I not use Fake Out. Then I can guarantee KO with Acrobatics. Encore into Focus Blast. Pivot Moon. Toxic Synthesis. Encore ends. Pivot. Talon on Fire Blast. He can take one just fine, even if it crits. I'm always safe, basically, and if it crits, that's whatever. I'll never be in range of Skuntank. And Acrobatics then kills, and he would be above 50% HP. 1, 2, 3. Acro kills guaranteed. In comes Druddigon. And then, if guaranteed, Dragon Rush, pivot, what is it? I pivot to Tort. Else Roost. And if I get crit there, yeah, not much I can do. But that also there's also the chance that he just kind of gets burnt. At which point I'm just kind of fine to begin with. EQ twice for kill. In comes Skuntank. Pivot Crook. Rost Crook. Kill Cherry for Glare. And I pivot Rost Crook. High horsepower for kill. And even if the Fire Blast's most likely to be clicked, does a crit, the Aftermath would not kill in return, as a consequence, so I'm fine. Every single time. This works, I think. You pre-damage Shisui and Arcanine to 94 HP. Let's go over this one last time to be sure. Rock Slide with Heartstone kills. Next. The Simisear comes in because it sees a fast kill, and it's the only thing that can see a fast kill. It will Focus Blast, we switch to Raichu Alola, we Encore into Focus Blast, we switch to Amoonguss, who takes Focus Blast number 1. Crits. Let's assume crit. And then at -1. Then we Toxic, it goes to -2. And then, I can either Synthesis or pivot to Raichu Alola, Encore again. Or, no, I can just pivot to Raichu Alola and then switch in. Synthesis, Pivot, Raichu. And that way I just kind of stall out 3 turns of Toxic. Then I go to Talonflame, and the Simisear will have taken exactly 54 HP of damage, meaning he will be at, I need to make sure that I say correctly, 93 HP. Talonflame Acrobatics deals at minimum 93 HP exactly. And it outspeeds and it kills, and there's no Starve Berry yet, there is no Substitute yet. There is a chance to substitute if I go to Raichu. So hopefully I don't need to. If that were to happen, there's also just kind of the play of like Fake Out and going to Arcanine Isui and E-speeding, and then that means I'm very low with Arcanine Isui most likely, and I bait knockoff. I can even put Hisui and Arcanine lower, right? So that I'm not dead to +2 crit Fire Blast. +2 crit Fire Blast. 56, so 57. The acrobatics would like work out the same way-ish. I'd go to 58 as insurance, because then like Arcanine Isui can just kind of finish off instead, and it does bait in the Skuntank, but with the Heartstone, me being at 57 HP, I guarantee a knockoff, and I can go to Krook instead and high horsepower just for kill. And that works just as well. So that gives me like 2 options depending on how the game goes. Raichu on Fire Blast. Encore Hands. If Raichu, Fake Out, Pivot, Hark, E-Speed. If Moon, Pivot, Talon on Fire Blast, Acro Kills guaranteed. In comes Druddigon. Fake Out, Pivot, Hark, E-Speed. In comes Skun Seeing. Knockoff kill. In comes Druddigon. And like, because I will have Krook up, who will be low, he will be trying to kill that as well, and I can probably still switch out just fine. Because I'd have taken a knockoff and the aftermath, so I'd be at 60-ish%. But at that point, I haven't used Talonflame yet, so I can just switch in Talonflame, bait the Dragon Rush, and do it work out that way. Yeah, okay, I think I'm good. I think... Let's see, KO kill, knockoff kill. Knock kill. I'm gonna write this out just for my sake. So I will see a knock kill. Krook takes knock. High horsepower kills. In comes Drud. Pivot Talon. On random move. On Glare Rush. Pivot Tort on Rush. EQ twice for kill, Cherry for Glare. And that should do. Crook will have a Raspberry as insurance because of the ordering, potential ordering. And Crook would then take a fair bit more from knockoff. Not an insane amount, but it would still help a bit. It's basically the same as non-intimidated with no item, of course, so I'd still be at like 40-ish%. So I can still most likely see Glare instead of Dragon Rush, but the pivot through Talonflame is kind of there as insurance for that. Yeah, I think this works. This should work. So I think I'm ready. And we're gonna go ahead and fight Bernie. And I think that's gonna be the last one for today. Depends a bit on how easy the one after is. We will see. For now, we want Hamilton. We want Surge. We want Janine. We want Ramos. We want Faulkner. And we want Clay. And that's everyone. And then we're going to give everyone their respective items. Which means a Heartstone for Hamilton. Where is the Heartstone? It is here. No item for Surge. No item for Janine. No item for Faulkner. A Cherry for Ramos and a Rost for Clay. Rost for Clay. And a Cherry for Ramos. I could give a berry to Surge, but I don't think it will be necessary. So I think we're good to go. And that means we go ahead and wait over here, because that guy over there is the next one. Let's go ahead and be battle ready. So here's the next guy. It is the Drudagon, Rotom Heat, and Skuntank and Simisear wielding Kindler Bernie. We will be leading with Hamilton, and that is right. We need to do one more thing though. We need to pre-damage it a bit. So let me do that real quick. We need it down to 57 HP. No, not 57, it was 58. Pre-damage 158. Because that is a very specific HP amount in case of a +2 crit acrobatics from Simisear. That means I'm exactly outside of that range. It is for a backup of a backup. Hopefully we just don't need that, but it means I still have an option there. So for now, we are ready. Hamilton is our lead. We're going to be fighting this here Kindler, and right now that means we're ready to go. If you're lighting a campfire, make sure you have water handy. I don't have a water type right now, so that's going to be rough. Bernie would like to battle. Rotom Heat. Hamilton pre-damaged a bit for a later fight. For now, we Rock Slide, we Oko, we move on. At 58 HP, Simisear will see a kill with Focus Blast only, and therefore, as it's the fast kill as opposed to the other two who are slower than Hamilton, it's the one that comes in and will click Focus Blast. We wanted to always click Focus Blast, therefore we go to Surge, because we go to Surge for it, and that's why we pre-damaged. We see the Focus Blast. That's good. Fine. We encore it into Focus Blast, giving us some turns to work with. He Focus Blast us again. And now we're gonna switch out to Janine. Who's gonna take the third. Then we are going to click Toxic. As Focus Blast misses, perfect, it's fine. And it should be one more turn of Encore here, if I'm not mistaken. One tick of badly poison. Encore ended. Okay, I'm mistaken. So he's gonna Fire Blast me now. But that's fine. I've got a backup for that. I'm gonna go to Hamilton here for the Fire Blast. Poison tick number 2. This works just as well, honestly. There's poison tick number 2. And now poison tick number 3 happens, and we're gonna go to Faulkner, who can take the Focus Blast that's incoming perfectly fine. Alright. Now Simisear has taken 3 ticks of poison damage. That means he's taken exactly 54 HP damage. Now Acrobatics deals a minimum of 93 HP, and Simisear has 147. If you can do the quick math, Acrobatics here is a guaranteed kill thanks to the 3 ticks of poison. There we go. And because Faulkner took that kill, they should be in Drudagon. Perfect. Drudagon here is going to use Glare or Dragon Rush. A crit Dragon Rush would hurt, but it's most likely to Glare. We are going to Roost, because we can live 1 crit Dragon Rush that way. And hopefully we see Glare. Perfect. Because now he's guaranteed to Dragon Rush. And that is what we want to bring in Torterra on. Ramos can take 2 Dragon Rushes, but Torterra outspeeds. And 2 hit KOs with EQ. So Dragon Rush here being faster, or being strong is fine. We're faster, we EQ. It's not a contact move, so the Rough Skin and Rocky Helmet that Drudagon has will not affect me. That's number 2. And therefore we are going to... Actually, I'm going to do one quick check if this changes anything. 52. It changes a few tiny things, but honestly it's not relevant, so we're just going to EQ once more. Now, the reason we want to Drudagon out first, as opposed to just getting down the line, is because his Phenomon, Skuntank, has Explosion. And we don't really have the tools to take that Explosion, but now that it's the last Mon, it will never click it. Meaning Clay is safe to switch in on the now clicked Fire Blast, or maybe Knockoff, both can see a kill. Takes it just fine. And Okos with high horsepower. Okay, Knockoff. That is whatever. We lose a Rossberry. A Fire Blast Burn could have done the same, so whatever. High horsepower here kills. And thus we made it through this fight completely riskless. With a minuscule stare, but honestly, a stare that worked just fine. Arguably better than what I thought it would happen. Alright. I set a spirit on fire. Well, that's good to know. And that means it's time for the next encounter, but also access to this house of Lynette, which gives the Lotad doll, which is very important. 1 second, someone's PMing me. not important. So, there's one more fight here we could do. This lady. Actually, there's a few. These 3, basically. And you see the ledge at the bottom left? Once you cross that, you get into a massive gauntlet. I'm not in the mood to do that gauntlet. Not because I don't want to, but because it's too late to do that. And it takes quite a bit of prep. What I can do is get the encounter here. And now I can actually choose if I want to do the grass or the water. From the looks of it, I don't know which I prefer. I think I prefer the grass. There is a lot more high rolls over there. Whereas here in the water, at least via fishing, there is the Azumarill line, which is just kind of nothing. The Bruxish line, which is kind of nothing. And then there's Araquanid, Magikarp, Slowpoke, which are all good. So all things considered, like some really low rolls and a few good high rolls. In fairness, one thing Azumarill does give me is a Fairy type, which I don't have yet, giving me some anti-dragon tools. But in the same vein, I could go into the grass. There's a bunch of bug flying types, and all of them are kind of nothing burgers for me. The exception to that would be the Cutiefly or Ribombee, which with the potential to set up Sticky Web, which I think it gets. I'm not quite sure. I will check real quick, but I think it does. It doesn't, but it gets Tailwind. And Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam, so it's a pretty good, like, fairy attacker. As well as a decent support mon with bug moves. Basically. So I'm not quite sure what's better here. Like, Ribombee is good, but then you have Vespiquen, Ledian, and the Omega, which are all nothing burgers. Especially Vespiquen and Ledian. Those two suck. And then there's Corviknight, which is arguably one of the best mons in the game, at least in this mid-game. And then there's Roserade, which is fine, but kind of dupe. Mudstill, which is fine, but pretty much a dupe. And Surfetch, which is okay. Honestly, I think this might be a situation where I kind of want to wait. Maybe go for surfing instead. I can see that be an option. I don't know if it's the right option, but I can see that be an option. I can at least save this one and, like, look at what I would want later, I guess. I've got a few good water types already, but I'm kind of missing that oomph. I've got a few good bug types already, and I don't really miss any kind of oomph or support from that. I also have some decent flying types already that I haven't quite lost yet. So both of these kind of feel like nothing. So honestly, I think I'm gonna wait, not because I think there's a good or better water encounter in surfing, but more so because I just kind of don't know what to do here. So I'm just gonna save it for now and think about this later. Like maybe once I see, oh crap, I lost my water mons, I'll go fishing there. Or I lose my flying types or my bug types, I'll go in the grass here. If I had to like pick right now, I think I'd go for the high roll in the grass of Corviknight, rather than the generally all pretty okay but not really that good water types in the water. But that is my current train of thought. Anyway, so if we're gonna skip that for now, that means we can go and take a look at the next fight, which is Picnicker Angelina, or Expert Nancy, or Senior and Junior, or Expert Nancy. One of those two is the first one to go against. The Bronze Song in particular is one that I really need to do something specific for. So I'm just going to do the Picnicker first. So let's go take a look. And that means I bring you over here. I will also make a quick new tab for myself to write in. Angelina. Angelina over here has a Donphan, a Glade, and a Perugly. The Donphan in particular, I think I'm fine against through various means. The main one that comes to mind, so the only one not named after a gym leader, well, that's because Hamilton is a trait mon, and like, I get it as Hamilton. So yeah, that would be why. I can probably technically change the nickname, but I've never really felt the need to, I guess. I felt it good to honor the name it was given, I guess. So for this fight, which is probably going to be my last one for today, we have the Donphan, the Glade, and the Perugly. The first one, of course, to look at is the Donphan, and there's a few ways I can see this work out. Two in particular stand out for me, that is Mamoswine using Avalanche, and then Ice Shard. Or there is Breloom using Seed Bomb and then Mach Punch. If I give this in particular a... what was it again? Miracle Seed? Seed Bomb into Mach Punch is a guaranteed kill, I think. I want to double check that. Seed Bomb, 84-17, yeah. Seed Bomb into Mach Punch is a guaranteed KO. And I'd be probably at pretty decent health, because I'd only take one Earthquake. It would never click Knockoff, so I'm not afraid of losing the Miracle Seed. It would always click EQ. It will bait in the Glade clicking Zen Headbutt though, which is fine. I can switch to Talonflame on the Zen Headbutt and Acrobatics for kill. That baits in the Perugly, who wants to click Double Edge. I can go to Hisuian Arcanine, but I would be outsped, so that's not quite the option I would want. And maybe to Mamo then. We can take the Double Edge. Okay, but not good. I have a Steel type too, right? Yeah, I do. And a bunch of Rock types, of course. I also really don't want to bring in a Intimidate user, of course. I guess the best way to handle it would be to get Breloom back in on a Stomping Tantrum, right? Because that way you guarantee you can use a Mach Punch to finish it off. But you'd need to do some pre-damage here and there. I guess if I am below 50%, or above 50%, I could Roost with Talonflame, take a Double Edge, and like it do decent chip. And then I could pivot out to, I guess, Hisuian Arcanine. On that, bait the Stomping Tantrum. I could switch in Oh. Mamo, maybe? Mamo's Stomping Tantrum into Double Edge. It does not kill. Barely, I might add, but it doesn't kill. So if I can bring in Mamo on Stomping Tantrum, have it hold a Chesto Berry for the Hypnosis, and then Double Edge, like take the Double Edge Superpower for kill, that works. So I just need a pivot into Stomping Tantrum, and that is Hisuian Arcanine. Yeah, that works. Okay, this one is easy. Let's get it going. Don't I have everyone I need already in the team? No, not exactly. So let's quickly run back. That's a bit too far. Okay, that's a heal done. And let's get everyone. We want Brassius. We want Hamilton. We want Candace. And we want Faulkner over there. And we're gonna give some items, which is a Chesto for... I want to say for Candace. We want a... where is it? We want the... Miracle Seed for Brassius. And we don't want an item for... Hamilton. Or Ramos, but these two are probably just not going to be used ever. So we can go there. There's two things I need to do, but I'll do that once I'm there. And it's there means here. Quickly do a quick save, and in the meantime I will do what I need to do, which is pre-poison some mons, which is pre-poison 1. Double check that I have the right slots for that. Brassius and Hamilton need to be poisoned. So pre-poison 1 and pre-poison 2. So now those two are poisoned. Just to guarantee some move choices, effectively. Looking at it, let's take a look that I didn't miss anything. I didn't. Good. Yep, that should be good. So, Angelina, we will be leading with our Brassius, our Breloom, and that 1 tick of HP is fine. We're just gonna go. Have you made your Pokemon evolve very much? Well, yeah, for a while, actually. So, Picnicker Angelina is leading here with a Donphan. We will be leading with Brassius, and thanks to the held Miracle Seed, which will never be knocked off by this Donphan, which has the move Knockoff, will deal significant damage. Donphan in return will be clicking EQ. I can handle EQ just fine. And I heal back some of that damage with Poison Heal. Now he's gonna have its Cut Step Berry active right now. That's fine, we Mach Punch. So we don't really care about that. And that's Donphan down. With Donphan defeated, this baits in the Gallade, who sees a kill potentially. Even if it doesn't, it's always gonna click Zen Headbutt here. Faulkner can take 1 Zen Headbutt just fine, and Okos and outspeeds with Acrobatics. Flame Body here is whatever. It's nice, it's not relevant. Because we're just gonna click Acrobatics and KO. That's 2 down. That just leaves the final mon, which is Orginally. And at this HP amount, Orginally is guaranteed to click double edge. Hamilton can take that double edge. And there we go. We have Hamilton pre-poisoned for the very, very simple reason that we don't want to see Hypnosis here. Because now it's going to Stomping Tantrum me. Candace can take a Stomping Tantrum. And even if that were to crit, a double edge that comes after would not KO me. And in return, I easily, cleanly OHKO with Superpower. And if he Hypnosis, I had a Chesto to combat that. But I didn't need it. Bye-bye. There we go. And that's the fight done. There are 2 more fights before the gauntlet. I'm gonna quickly run back. I might do one more, but looking at the time, I think I might not. It might be best not to do that. Let's quickly heal, and if I see quick line, I'll do it. If I take more than like a few minutes, I'm not going to. Okay, that was not relevant. So, we have the next team. Let's get the team on the screen real quick. It is Expert Nancy. And Expert Nancy has a side quest. Specifically, the Iron Ball Bronzong, which has, well, an Iron Ball. And you kind of just want to have that. You do need to be careful with it though, because the Iron Ball specifically means you no longer levitate or have flying type or whatever. You're weak to ground, basically. And there's a Soft Sand Arena Trap Duck Trio in the back. Not to mention the super powerful Surf Edge with Meteor Assault and a Leak, which gives it critical hit chance. And a Drampa, which in and of itself is kind of strong. So yeah, let's go take a look at what I can find real quick, if there's something I can find real quick. So I don't want anything for Angela, I can just go to Nancy. First and foremost, the Bronzong. The Bronzong can deal a lot of damage to me. Thanks to the Gyro Ball with the Iron Ball that it has. Thankfully, we can kind of circumvent it through the use of Caracosta. An EQ would not be that scary for us. And like, we can just have Caracosta basically take the EQ. Or take the Iron Ball. I don't see anything else I can do there, if I'm being honest. I have like killing moves, but I really, really want that Iron Ball. There's also the option of maybe going for Dreadnought. I can just kind of Liquidation, maybe just Rock Tomb it, Rock Slide it probably actually, to guarantee the Gyro Ball is not at max power. We really just want to see that trick happen, you know? And we want to make sure that that trick happens in a way where we're not afraid of explosion. And I think the best way to not be afraid of explosion could be a Crocodile Lead, which baits Gyro Ball, and then pivot to... I was gonna say Dreadnought, but I think it might actually be... Torterra instead. Because then I'm no longer afraid of the explosion. Having my item tricked away, or like having the Iron Ball in Torterra is not the biggest deal. With 82 speed, it's actually... Okay, that's actually a somewhat useful speed tier, looking at it. So maybe Dreadnought instead then? Dreadnought can also kind of take whatever it uses. The Gyro Ball is annoying, but it's not really relevant. And I can just kind of Rock Slide, wait for it to trick me. And once it does, I switch to Torterra and Oko it from there. That should bait in... I guess Surfetched? No, Eldegoss, probably. No, Surfetched. It would be Surfetched. I say that... No, it's Eldegoss. Eldegoss is a slow out damage, whereas Surfetched is a fast nothing. It could be a fast kill, I guess. Depends a bit on whether I get boomed on or not. But I'm already using 3 mons for the first slot, which is in and of itself not the greatest. Though I guess I could, like, elect to not use Torterra too much here. If it has the Iron Ball, then yeah, it's gonna be not the greatest. But it doesn't look to be incredible here anyway. And not in a way where it's gonna matter too much, I wager. Maybe, but whatever. In any case, I see a Muscle Band boosted Talonflame Okoing Eldegoss. Without the Muscle Band, it wouldn't Oko Surfetch, so it doesn't quite matter. I can go to Masquerade on the guaranteed Meteor Assault, and then just kind of air slash for kill. There's also the Dugtrio who sees that I can basically Oko it, so that doesn't quite work, it won't come in. So it would be Surfetch that comes in, but after Torterra, I mean, it might take out the Bronzong, but it's not likely, right? Now, I mean, it's not unlikely. I basically just Synthesis straight away and just stall that way till I get the Iron Ball. And if once I get the Iron Ball and he has no item, I would basically not be afraid of his damage anymore. He can only boom on me and I have full HP, so I'm fine. But then I cannot be EQing him anymore, I guess. But at that point, I'd just kind of be fine, right? There's also Avalugg, I guess, at this point, but I kind of want to save it anyway, so... I think I've already come to the conclusion that I just kind of don't have anything. Not fast enough, at least. I see a few lines, but it's like there's the risk of Ductrio switching in at every point in time, and I don't want to make that risk. I don't want to take that risk at all. So I think this is where I'm going to cut it for today. In fairness, it's been almost over 7.5 hours, so it's fine, I think. But I thank everyone who came around for watching. And until the next time, I will see you around. I'm gonna try and do one more stream Thursday afternoon, I think. I should be able to handle that. Also, if you haven't noticed, my current playthrough, the one you're actually seeing right now, is also the one I just uploaded the first video of yesterday, so go ahead and watch that if you're into it. And I think that's everything that I wanted to say, so thanks everyone for watching, and until next time, see ya!